Welcome in, everyone. Happy Saturday to you, and welcome back to another Community Cup here on a Dead by Daylight League. I am one of your casters today. My name is OutcastAndrew, and we've got no holds barred, no rules four team tournament for you this weekend. Before we get into the teams and what you can expect to see from us today, let me introduce my co-caster for this first matchup. Jersku, how you doing on this fine Saturday?
Hello, Andrew. I am doing fantastic and really excited for the matches today. I think it's going to be great, especially like you mentioned with the rule set, no holds barred. Just a bit of refresher of mind if there are some new people here who haven't watched last weekend's tournaments or something like that and just want a bit of a refresher on the rule set, that because it is no holds barred rule set, some things that the survivors and killers can do is that they are able to bring duplicate perks. So yes, you heard that right. Multiple survivors can bring duplicate perks into the match. They can also dupe characters, so don't be surprised that we'll probably be seeing just four dupe characters every single match. I wouldn't be too surprised. And they are also able to use the Kobe with the anti-camp mechanic. So anti-camp mechanic is allowed for survivors as well. So that's going to make it a bit tougher for killers. They can't really do it the same way you usually do in normal competitive rule set. And there are also like some other small things with no holds barred that like you can body block for longer than 10 seconds and such things like that. But I think it's going to be a very exciting day. What do you think though, Andrew?
I loved last weekend. Last weekend's cup was super fun. We saw a lot of different strategies. Of course, I have to point out the one strategy really quickly. We saw Team Aegis, who wound up taking it. They ran a slippery meat build that wound up mostly paying off for them not having Kobe's, but the biggest deal I think was all the teams were able to duplicate the perks. So no limitations on what perks you can bring in. This is important for the killers too, of course. There are a lot of perks that get banned for balance reasons. A lot of aura reading perks that aren't typically allowed in competitive Dead by Daylight. All of those are allowed. On the strong killers, we don't allow some of the really strong regression perks and things like that. All of those are allowed. One perk we saw pretty much across the board, and I expect to see a lot of today as well, was Hex Blood Favor. Obviously, it takes a lot of agency away from the survivors when you take your first hit, and then suddenly you find yourself in a desert without pallets. So there's a lot of interesting things that happened the last time we did this, and I'm so excited to introduce our teams for today. So starting in this first matchup, we do have Team Astral versus Team Reverie, and we have a best of five. The winner of today will go on to the best of seven final tomorrow. Let's talk about those matches first of all. I'll just list them off, and then Jersku, why don't you give me your sort of your hits and misses, which ones you're really looking forward to? First up, we've got Plague on Dead Dog Saloon. Again, Blood Favor might be interesting on that one because you take injuries, but we may not see it too because it's one of those perks that like it doesn't get much value if you're always injured. We got the Blight on the Blood Lodge. We've got Oni on Wrecker's Yard. Yay me! I'm a big Oni fan. If we go to set 4 and 5, we will have Spirit and Twins. So, Jersku, what are you looking forward to today?
Honestly, like I'm very much on the same boat as you. I'm very much looking forward to the Oni set. I'm a huge fan of playing as Oni and playing against Oni. I think that's going to be really exciting. I'm a bit curious on how the first set is going to go with Plague because there's always maybe among the community some worry that that games in Dead Dog Saloon may sometimes last a bit longer than the average on other maps, mainly just because there are so many of those great spots for killers to hold, especially around the gallows side of the map. There's like so much potential there, especially with a killer like Plague. It's gonna probably be a relatively slow start, pardon me, for survivors. They're gonna have to play it safe. It's gonna be a bit of an interesting one on the Plague set, but absolutely most excited for the Oni set probably.
Well, and you bring up a good point about playing on Dead Dog Saloon. Dead Dog Saloon, it doesn't always happen, but I would say a very high percentage, 80% or higher. You get at least a pretty good 3 gen by Gallows. Sometimes you have three past Shack into the back desert area. And typically, what you do in a situation like that, and of course, every game plays out differently, but typically, what you want to do is you want to crack out the first 4 gens, and then you want to, as a team, probably down to the 3v1. you want to go and crack that back 3 gen slowly. You want to address it. You want to have good call outs. You want to be tackling two gens at the same time and pre-leave. The problem is you definitely want to go back there healthy. There's not a whole lot of healthy when you're playing playing against the plague.
Oh,
So you
absolutely
bring
not.
up a really good point there, right? Like that already hard situation is even harder when it's the plague. And then yeah, I think that it's almost impossible to not see going on to the second set blight. I can't imagine we won't see blood favor, and blood favor is so punishing. So I'm interested to see if the survivors are able to like you were saying stack the perks, and also the fact that we are all rocking the same character, same cosmetic typically. It's a little bit harder to tunnel out, and it's also harder to tunnel out when everybody's got decisive strike or could have decisive strike. So that one I think can be an interesting match. Although I do agree, I think Plague and Oni of the first three, I think Plague and Oni are going to be. I think they're making me smile more than Blight. Blight, I'm interested in on a technical level, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I honestly am on a very similar boat again with the Blight stuff. That like Blight to me is like a very technically impressive like killer. You can do so many cool things. You used to be able to do another cool thing, but unfortunately that doesn't exist anymore. But regardless, playing Blight among some other killers here too requires absolutely incredible mechanical skill. So I'm really interested to see how these teams as killers are going to do on these matches, with the fact that they are going to have probably a very tough fight ahead of them, because of the fact that all the survivors are going to be running the strongest things that you would probably see in your average public match, for example. Like everyone's running something like brand new path, for example, or medkits that
Mm.
just heal you instantly. Like it's going to be an interesting one. Like yeah.
Yeah, for the most part, we saw. Sorry, yeah, for the most part, we did see brand new parts across the board. We occasionally saw a couple med kits for resets, but for the most part, we saw 4 toolboxes, brand new parts. The first chase goes on, and those first 3 gens that if you have a good first chase, they're even shorter. Those gens, if you see 3 gens pop for one chase, and we saw a lot of that last week. I do want to throw out, we don't have a delay on chat today on our broadcast. So chat, if you have any questions about the matchup, about Dead by Daylight in general, about either of us casters, feel free to ask them. In between games, we will provide, provided within reason, we'll be able to answer your questions as best as we can. We are just getting our lobby set up, and yep, I got to tell you, one of the funniest things about this no holds barred, and I know we've already touched on it, but I want to laugh again. I love the fact that you see 4 of the same cosmetic going out there. I'm
Yeah.
not going to spoil who it is. But I really enjoyed the fact that last week for several games we had 4 wild bunny things and running around the map. I thought that was really funny.
Absolutely, yeah. That was really funny. I really, as a matter of fact, really enjoyed those Bunny Fong matches from last week. It was quite entertaining, and there was like this particular playstyle that other team had that was like you wouldn't think it might pay off, but it actually did pay off. I mean, I don't know if you remember what I'm talking about, Andrew. Another one of the teams was running a really crazy luck-based build, actually, which I didn't think it would initially work for them, but it actually ended up working pretty well for them. And both of the teams did had a really good fight, though. I think if I remember correctly, the score ended with 3-2, so it was a really tense set, anyways.
Well, we went the distance last week. Again, we're loading into this game, so we'll focus up on this week. But you're absolutely
Of
right.
course.
We did a best of 7 last Sunday, and the best of 7 went to 8 because we had a tie. So we went all the way the distance, went to 7 games, and then we had to go back and replay the Bubba set. So if hopefully these teams are equally as equally matched, and we can see some really good back and forth. We are loading into our first match here. We're going to have March for Team Astral piloting the Plague on Dead Dog Saloon versus the survivors of Team Reverie. We've got Aaron, Elon, Exotic DBD, and Marcy. Let's load right into the match. And already I can see we've got 3 brand new parts.
Yep, honestly, that's what you would probably expect to see. And looking at the Plague's build here, I mean, of course, you can see that the Plague is currently just setting up vomiting on every single donor that they can see. Pretty good corruption area, making sure that the survivors can't really work there yet. But we actually see one of the survivors doing a really aggressive push into the gallows side, but gets spotted, unfortunately. Or maybe they're intended use there was to get a chase going very early on so that the other servers could get to work on the other turners a lot earlier. Misses the launch just barely, which could buy Marcy enough time to dodge it with balance, and they get away with balanced.
Great balanced landing play. I can't believe that swing was so close. Really quickly, I did kind of, while we were starting there, I did kind of see we do in fact have that notorious 3-gen back by the gallows. We did get the spit there on Marcy, so Marcy is infected. Eventually will be injured. Sorry. So we have injuries on 3 of the 4. One perk I'm a little bit. I mean, obviously we have very small, very strong perks. One perk I'm always surprised not to see when you're playing a plague game is Thanatophobia is so strong when you get everybody injured. But opting instead for some gen blockage and a little bit of regression, which you know what, I can't argue with it. I can't argue with it either. You can see here we do have 3 generators past Shack, I believe, which is to say that in this back area there are 3 generators. Those generators are going to be extremely hard to tackle. You did see that there was some progress on one of them, but unfortunately, chase here by Aaron ended up back through Shack and over to the gallows area. Gonna go up top and get another balanced landing, and this is exactly what you want to see from Team Reverie. We need to get away from those generators so that the team can work on them while we do the chase away from it. We're gonna be working this medium pallet. It's pretty playable on both sides. Does get the down, but unfortunately we're gonna be zoned here, Jersku, and we're gonna have to see if we can get out of the that really terrible pallet in the corner of the map there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
And yep, that ends up being the corner strat that you see in competitive all the time. But I gotta say, Aaron I think did really well in that chase, pushing the plague really far away from the main interest of generators. We're probably gonna have the first gen pop any second now. Unfortunately, this does end up being a basement hook, but apologies, a bit of a stutter. Can March afford to stay there to really like kind of hold that area, or are they just going to opt to go back to Gallows? I think the latter is the more likely option. That they probably want to apply a little bit more pressure there.
I don't know if you noticed there. We had the extra ace come over there in the corner. That was a breakout attempt. That was a pre-planned play. Also, I'm not entirely sure if it was Aaron. I'm gonna have to go back and check, but I did see Wicked on one of the survivors. I think this might have been a pre-planned play where they set basement at main. They planned to get hooked in basement, and they plan to go for a breakout play, and if it didn't work, Wicked might allow them to unhook themselves. I'll have to wait and see. I'm not 100% sure on that. We do see some gen progress on those back generators, but no gen has popped just yet. Deadlock will come into play, so when one gen pops, the rest of them will lose progress, or will, sorry, be delayed for a moment, and Deadman Switch is active on one of the generators. We're just doing a little bit of hovering here. If we do manage to get this save or this self unhook, sorry, we're still gonna have to get out of this corner. Oh, we did not. Apparently, Aaron did not have. Sorry, Aaron was not the survivor with Wicked. It is in fact Exotic here who has Wicked. So Aaron goes to second stage with no generators done, and this is a very scary position for our survivors to be in.
Yeah, absolutely it is. But I did notice that I think these survivors are just 99 gens currently. They haven't really finished any of them. I think they're just aware of the fact that this plague probably has deadlock, which of course this plague does have deadlock, or no holds barred if you don't have the pinhead license. Aaron is. It's not looking good for Aaron right now, and I am pretty sure that these survivors currently just plan to get as many generators 99 as possible to allow a little bit of that extra pressure and maybe get those generators done a lot faster when deadlock does come into effect eventually.
Oh, you know what it is though. Uh, so plagues often banned add-on, but you'll see it there. The iridescent add-on, when a generator pops, they Yeah, you just saw it right there. A generator pops, and it instantly gives the Plague their corrupted purge, which gives them their power, which makes Plague an extremely strong killer for a temporary amount of time. And the survivors, anticipating that, wanted to get as much gen progress done as possible before starting what could turn into a bad snowball. And we saw one gen pop, we saw a second gen pop. Deadlock is in effect, so that means another gen is about to pop. We're gonna see it down on Aaron here, for the tunnel out. But very, very heads up play there by the survivors, knowing the Plague, knowing knowing her ability, knowing her add-ons, and definitely was able to delay. And as you see, we get the tunnel out on Aaron, and we have 3 generators done. And also stacking those gen pops, Jersku, means that we're losing value, right? Because it's a temporary power. I believe it's a 40-second power. It's a lower power, lower time to power. Um, Correct me if I'm wrong about the 40 seconds, but if you pop 2 generators at a time, it just refreshes itself. So you don't get 3 separate powers. You get 1 power that gets overlapped. So very smart play by our survivors of Reverie here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I did not notice that initially, but that makes total sense what these survivors are have planned to do with that, and honestly have done really well. March's power is on the verge of ending. I don't know if they're going to be able to get this down in time. I don't think so. And no, they do lose out on the power. This will probably end up being a down on Marcy there. But like, yeah, wow, Team Memory did really well on that because, like you said, the power will just refresh on a gen completion. So like, that was really lovely to see. But they still do need to complete 2 generators. But they probably have some that might be 19. It misses the lunge just a little bit there, and that will extend the chase. Marcy currently doing really well around these tiles, honestly, against the Plague. I'm very interested to see what Elon and Exotic are currently doing, but I would dare to assume that they are just positioning themselves or waiting for some cooldowns to end to potentially pop these last generators when it's the most beneficial for them, honestly. Because, of course, we do want to keep in mind that they want to get out of this match with as little hook stages given as possible. We have the first gen. Oh my god!
Wait a second.
If
Sorry.
uh,
Sorry, I apologize. They had did they have 3 generators done, or did they pop them both at the exact same time? Because both
I,
generators popped with deadlock active. So did they pop both of them at the exact same time, like 3, 2, 1 pop with 0 lag? Oh, that is wild. I can't believe that happened. Oh my god, Jersku.
I honestly, I'm not sure. I would, to give the benefit of the doubt, I would love to just say that they had multiple generators 99'd, just like all 3 of them. But like, it is also possible, I believe, to actually complete them at the exact same time. But that is so incredibly difficult. Like, it is not an easy thing to pull off. Marcy is unfortunately downed right now, and Exotic has been found from a locker, just trying to delay it a little bit so that maybe March can't slug as easily. We do see the pickup there come out, but it's looking quite rough because March knows where both of these survivors are, at least a rough location. So this could be very rough for Team Reverie here.
We're out of power now, so it's a matter of back to the M1 killer. So yeah, it's looking a little bit dangerous here. You got to imagine Elon, while Marcy's in chase here, Elon must be going for that save on Exotic. Survivors would love to see Exotic die and have Marcy and Elon survive. One of the doors is open, but it's not this one. So Marcy's running out of resources. This pallet back here is notoriously weak. So we're gonna have to see how. But Marcy's been getting the better of a lot of these chases. Just decides to press W and chase to a better pallet here. Gets the double back vacuum stun, manages to pull it off, and makes it to the exit. And Exotic can double back
Wow.
and body block, and Exotic will go down instead. We saw Elon get the heal off, and so we are going to get a 6 hook, 2 fresh hook game. What an incredible play. Oh my goodness, that was so
Oh my
scary.
god. Oh, that was really close. I thought they were gonna get stunned, but surely not. So very impressive result from both teams, and honestly, like Team Memory made the best of what they could there. They had a really good strategy, especially against this particular add-on. Like that was really beautiful, and they only ended up giving 6 stages and 2 fresh. Like that was really good. Really impressive job from Team Reverie there.
Fantastic. And yeah, our behind the scenes
All
our
have
producers.
random pots, and we actually see one of them has no Mither as well, which we did also see that the other team also had a no Mither player there. And we're seeing that Orochi actually decided to bring both of the ultra rares of Plague.
Very interesting. So the two ultra rares, as we said, when you pop a generator. Also, by the way, great 3-gen back here again. We don't have corrupt intervention because we're running an all totem build, but we'll get to that in a second. The two ultra rares, the one will give you a shortened power, shortened corrupt purge every time a generator pops, and the other one every time a fully infected survivor throws up. To say it very, very nicely, their aura will be revealed for a few seconds for our killer. So lots of information for our killer here. That's going to be a very powerful perk indeed. Um, so we'll have to see if it pays off. It will result because we didn't run the amulet that gives you the longer duration. It will result in a shorter duration for the power. Orochi seems to be walking away and looking to see if we could find survivors. Maybe check out those generators. I'm not sure what's going on here. Kisa might be They might be trying to get Kisa out of there. Oh, we have a
Oh,
plot twist, no mither, and a background player coming in for the
oh,
pallet save here. Wow, great play there. Great play there. Anyways, totem build is active. We have Ruin, Thrill the Hunt, and crowd control still active. We did see Undying go down there.
yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if the Survivor team is thinking about getting rid of the other summons. Actually, never mind. Scratch that. Floriroy is currently on another Hex summon. And I actually wanted to give a little bit of a shout out to our Survivor Floriroy here, because they actually are our program admin who have made the live scoring and the web cage and so on. So huge shout out to them. Honestly, lovely work from them and absolutely great stuff so far. But like I said, I'm not sure if they are planning to get rid of the other hex totems because, they have a lot of other things to think about as well. But I am not that surprised also to see that Orochi decided to instead bring a full hex build. We saw quite a different build from March on the other match, so I like to see a bit of a difference there. And yeah, the very late reaction from me, but that background player and plot twist save was absolutely like hilarious. Like you love to see that kind of stuff. It's really exciting.
Yeah, great play there. Kissa also plot twisted again a second ago. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. Maybe it was to lose aggro or something. They're back in the back corner. They're breaking one of the totems, so we are going to lose another one of the perks here shortly. And we are going for this corner play again, and another that looked like a swing, looked like another plot twist. We did see Ruin go down, arguably one of the worst ones to see go down. Crowd control still in play, so generators will be uh, so windows will still be harder to play around, but no Ruin will take all regression off the board. We're going to see our first hook here on Floroy in the basement. We only have 2 injured survivors, so that black, I believe it's Black Moss. The secondary. Sorry, I'm getting them mixed up. But the aura reading is only on 2 of our survivors, and one of them's on hook right now. So we would love to see some more infected survivors to make use of that add-on.
Yeah, absolutely. Really interesting to honest to see that they haven't been infected, but they definitely have a plan for this. Actually, never mind, scratch that. March just got infected, so now it's just Ryob who hasn't been infected. Curious to see. I mean, surely someone's currently going for the save, but they can see it. Orochi can see it. They've caught on to what's going on, but they do make it out of the basement in time, so they're gonna be safe. And like they can't really chase after Flow because they're just going into main and they're just gonna be able to waste so much of their time. So instead, they opt to go here to the gallows area, which is definitely a hot point of interest for Orochi here. Wants to stop these generators from progressing. We did see one of the generators pop already, but it is definitely not over yet. Anything could still happen. This is a bit of a 50-50 there. Really nice job there from Kisa. But how are they going to fare in check overall? That well, got pellets straight out of the game, which is honestly completely fair in that situation. You just want to waste time, make sure you don't go down, and that your other teammates are positioned well. Actually, find Ryob here, who's the last person who's not infected, probably going to get infected there, and that is that everyone is now infected as well, and the pressure could be getting stronger.
So we're going to see black incense, not boss. It's going to see black incense value on all the survivors now. So we will have a lot of information for our killer here. Orochi will see auras every time a fully infected survivor does throw up. and we just saw some aura there. We still have crowd control and thrill of the hunt available. Generators are progressing. They're progressing slowly, but without ruin, without pain res, without any way to regress them other than just base kicks, base 5% kicks. We're not going to see a whole lot of regression. That almost worked out. Orochi saw that March was kind of stalled at the pallet there, camping it slightly, decides to stop and kick it, which is interesting. I guess just to prevent the same situation from happening again. Really good use of the Black Incense add-on there, but unfortunately, March was able to get the vault there anyway. We're continuing the chase on March. We're running out of time here, though. We really need to get it down pretty soon here. I feel like we got multiple gens that are probably cranking away, ready to pop. We do get our power on the pop, so maybe got to keep in mind the survivors might be doing the same strategy and 99ing, but there it is. We see 2 gens pop. We did have 99s, but we're gonna get the down on March. This is gonna be another fresh hook coming in. You can see this generator, the 4th gen now is at about 75% here. Oh goodness.
Ooh.
They're done the gens.
Yeah, honestly, like that's a really good job, and they've caught on that. I mean, of course, they would expect that this add-on would be in place, so they want to do a similar thing that the opposite team did on that other survivor game. And there goes the last gen as well. So it's going to be 40 seconds or so of that ultra rare add-on's power now, and they've got eyes on someone right here hiding in the gallows area. It's looking, I mean, nice crowd that decides to go for the plot twist instead, which honestly respectable play there. Can't really fault them for that, but that is going to be another hook. March is still hooked, but going to be saved here.
Okay, this is really interesting. I unfortunately for Orochi, there's no corrupted pool back there. This Black Incense is giving information on where all the survivors are. What the survivors are going to want to do is they're going to want to cleanse in the pools and try and get the save. But it looks like that's not going to happen. We have this is a very interesting situation because we have 3 fresh hooks and this is March. Sorry, we have 3 fresh hooks. If we can get to 6 hook states, we will straight up win the game. There is no tie condition at this point. We're trying to get some infection here on Flolaroy, trying to body block, but it's not seeming to work. And they're gonna get out.
Yeah, that's just rough. That is very rough, honestly. Like, wow, that they were trying their best. Orochi was trying their best to get, and they found the hatch. Wow. Like, they were trying their best to infect that ace by the gate, but that crouch at the end just basically saved them. Like, insane stuff. Orochi did get a lot of value out of that.
Oh my goodness, I'm very surprised. We see a very big aura build. Well, 2 aura perks. I am surprised. Ooh. Great hit on Ryobi. I'm surprised we don't have Blood Favor. Anyways.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised as well. But I'm honestly glad that we get to see such unique things. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to see Floods of Rage, but it does make sense because they brought Lethal Pursuer as well alongside that, so they're going to get a little bit of that extra aura read. Currently chasing Ryo, but they do have Lithe, which is definitely going to help them out. I don't know if they're going to be able to get this down. It's looking a bit rough, and Usama does not end up getting it, but I think Ryobi does make this pallet into a bit of safety. Playing very nicely with it, really patient with it. It's a bit scary though doing that. You never know if they're just gonna swing through it. Oh, just barely misses the swing again though.
We've seen some really nice vacuum plays, so I think that I haven't paid attention to every survivor who's done it, but very good dash there. We got Ryobi down before a generator pops. We see 2 generators there. We're just setting up for the save. Sorry, I misunderstood. That's a deliverance we saw there. So we're setting up for save. We're going to see a pain res here. I was going to say, very good pallet play by survivors on both teams. We've seen some really, really nice, great job there. We've seen some really nice vacuums. Sorry, there's so much happening. I can't even talk. I can't even get my thought out. March tries to avoid the window there to avoid the dash. Uselma just says, nope, I'm not falling for that. And I'm going to straight up, I'm going to give it an extra bounce and get you there. We do see Floods of Rage coming in, so we're going to see some aura. March goes down very quickly, still at 5 generators. I believe one of the survivors is about to pop one of the generators, but we're going to get another pain res here. So 2 fresh hooks, 2 hooks, 5 gens still going.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Selma has been doing really well so far, getting those next pain rest stacks to make sure that those early gens don't pop, and that Grim is just gonna generally come in helpful. Survivors have definitely caught on that they have Grim. I'm just curious to see if they want to preferably keep that last Grim stack safe, especially. But they do find Kisa, who's going to be the third Grim stack there, but I don't know if they're going to go for it. They actually seem to not be going for it. And a really nice thing I actually just noticed about Kisa's build that they actually brought Distortion, and I like that. Just avoiding that Aura build. Tries to go for Afflicta, but doesn't quite connect it on Ryob here just being at a relatively strong tile in main right now. Someone decides to just leave it and patrol somewhat near March's hook currently. I think they spotted someone, or maybe not. And they actually spot someone going for the save. Misses it though, but doing a really good body block right there, not really allowing that
Wow.
easy exchange. That was really nice body blocking from Yuselma because it delayed the save so much that it gave them enough time to actually hit them late enough that they couldn't really get anywhere anymore. So that was still really nice recovery from Yuselma there.
That was incredible. I want to make sure everyone understands what we just saw there. We did see Selma get the iframes hit on the hooked survivor, so no damage comes through, but was able to either that was intentional. I think we might have been going for a flick there, trying to hit Florleroy, but missed the flick on Florleroy, but was able to position themselves in that body block, like you said, preventing the unhook, and then it should have been a free unhook based on the fact that the iframes hit came in, but was able to block the unhook there. That was incredible. Downs are coming in extremely fast, and
Yep.
that is going to be our full. Yeah, I was going to say we have 2 on hook, and no generators can be worked on for 40 seconds now. Our survivors are in really big trouble. We have an injured survivor and a healthy survivor, and 30 seconds of no gen progress at 5 gens with 2 people on hook. And our healthy survivor is in chase and hit. This is very bad for Team Astral. Reverie is showing why they picked Blight. My goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is looking very tough for them. Like Yuselma is on point, and that build is just so helpful. They just found the exact survivors they needed to find, and that is definitely going to be at least a part of the purpose of the floods of rage and lethal pursuer coming into play there. Really helpful stuff there, and like yeah, like you said, it's looking so tough for them. We do see that Floriloy is currently working on a gen, just wanting to at least get a little bit of score there, and he does end up popping, which means that it's the first gen completed for Team Astral there.
They were
But
doubling
like
that
you,
one, by the way. Sorry,
oh, they
they were
were
doubling
okay.
that gen. Yeah, there was another. It wasn't showing on the HUD, but I saw the ace there. Sorry, I just want to point that out. Things are going so badly that they need to get points on the board. They don't want to get 4K5. That's what they were
Yeah,
doubling a generator. That's crazy. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Like doubling at this point in the game is rough, but like it might just be like a necessary thing to do because otherwise they may not get that amazing of a score because Yuselma has just been so on point with those lethal rushes. It's really impressive to see and find Floroid trying to greet that main gen, but it's a bit of a distraction to get March off the hook there. Decides to just opt to go to tunnel March out, and it's not looking good here. It's probably gonna end up being a fast, and actually not misses the important launch there, I think. But looking at the build here, having a quick look, yeah, and the unfortunate thing is that March does not have, and yeah, well, there it goes. There's the Mori. There's the Mori.
In this tournament, you can tunnel on second after second hook because we're not picking up. But I believe, if I heard correctly, we did, yes. So while that chase was going on, the second gen popped. While the Mori was going on, the third gen popped. Things are looking a little bit better here for Team Astral. They've managed to sort of, stave off the bleeding a little bit and get some get some of their objectives done. So we are going to go down to the 3v1. We've got we've got 2 healthy survivors, 1 healthy survivor. We got 1 healthy survivor and 2 injured survivors. We have 2 gens left, and the 3v1. As this chase goes on, we'll see if we can take a look where these gens are. It looks like sort of off in the corner behind directly 180 from where we are right now. There seems to be 3 pretty tight generators in one corner, so the survivors are going to really want to tackle that area. I'm assuming this is one of those generators based on how far away it is. The only we still have pretty good use of 2 of our perks. We're gonna have aura reading for the rest of the match. We're gonna have floods of rage every time we scourge hook, and we're gonna have extra aura reading when that happens. This generator does not have a lot of progress on it though, so still looking pretty rough for our survivors. At this point, I would consider it a very strong result for our survivors if they manage to get another generator done. Obviously, we want to get more than that, but if they can get one more done, I would call that definitely a great result given how the match started. Ryobi goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. And really nice thing to notice that with your Soma's Alterer add-on, it is actually coming in really handy having just 3 Rust
Dead by
tokens, because
Daylight.
the other nice benefit of that, it actually helps them charge it back up a little bit faster. Sure, the trade-off is that they have 2 less rushes, but I think the trade-off is just like, it's so good that like you just get so much like possibilities there. Like it's really good for the cooldown, in my opinion.
And because of the floods of rage came in, we knew we weren't camping the pallet. Ryobi thought that he had time to go make a loop around the shack because, well, I'm sure they've identified the 3 rushes by now, but typically you might have time because we'd be on cooldown, but the cooldown is very short, like you said. So, and not to mention the extra turn radius as well. So Ryobi gets unhooked. Unfortunately, this creeping ace is not very creepy, and I wonder if that was the time. I wonder if that's when it happened and they identified, guys, he's got floods of rage, because that was pretty obvious.
Yeah.
That one there.
That's it. Most likely is the case, but like, wow, Yusama has been on point. This probably actually doesn't end up being a down, but does break the important wall there in main. But it's not looking good for Flow here. Actually decides to just leave there, which honestly is a fair choice because Yusama does need to also worry about gen progression there. You see the pallet drop there. Are they seem to just be committing. Do they have enough time? They don't have enough time to commit for it. Nice dead out there from big dead out there from Kisa. They wanted to commit to it by dropping that pallet, but it just didn't give them enough time, unfortunately. Catches Ryobi in a really unfortunate angle there, and that is gonna end up being the second kill, and then it's just gonna be 2 people remaining. Like, I think this probably ends up being could end up being a 4K2.
Yeah, I respect the effort there. Drop the pallet, get the extra time, but as Selma shows up, they immediately realize that time wasn't there. Kisa, I believe, plot twisted. That's why they're down on the ground right now. So we will have a healthy survivor and an injured survivor. They're gonna have to, yeah, there you go. They're gonna have to split up on these far gens, but I mean, Blake can run back and forth, and as soon as you see one of these gens stop regressing, you're gonna know, well, they're back, and we're gonna have to find them. Looking around this corner, trying to find where we plot twisted, and we saw some scratch marks, trying to stop the regression, but we're gonna end up having to stop just before it stops there. Floroy is the injured survivor, so not really able to sit on the generator unless we know we're committing to chase. And oh, good patience here. Good patience, but Blight runs fast and Kisa takes the hit. Floroy is not on the generator yet. Interesting.
It's probably just a bit of fear of a potential detest. I'm not sure what they're planning right now. Oh, no, oh, actually, I thought that was a nice play, but now Gisela decided to just actually dip for other gens here. But as you notice, the Kisa and Flo are now both at Shack. I don't know if Yusama... is Yusama going to be able to go... I think they can interrupt it in time still, though. Because, yeah, see, they're heading straight back. They cannot complete this. It's regressed so much to the point that it's really hard for even 2 people together to finish it against Blight.
That was a really... Okay, survivors are rocking a hard place right now. I think that was a really smart play. I'll tell you why. Selma crosses the map, sees that the generator that Floroy had been on is not regressing anymore. Okay, they're around here. Also sees there's not a lot of progress, so fair, right? That's valid. Then there was a chance. Selma goes and checks another generator, thinking, oh, shoot, there's not a lot of progress here. What's Floroy been up to? Might have checked another generator, giving the 2 of them, like, calling the bluff that they wouldn't, he wouldn't come right back, and hopefully they could get the gen done. Heads up play by Selma to go, there's no way he started another generator from scratch. I'm going to go back to Shack. Really heads up play there, but that was pretty bold move. That's going to be a 4K2 for Selma. On either side, killer or survivor. So survivors did a really good job coming back, and it looks like we got Kisa, and we're rocking a totem build this time. And do you see that perk? Do you see the one that I've been talking about all day? We finally see it there, Jersku.
Yep, we see Blood Favor finally that we've been talking about. Very popular choice for Blight, especially that being one of his teachable perks. Anyways, anyhow, we are now, Kisa is now currently actively looking for survivors. The win con is going to be very difficult here. And also noticing that decided to go for a little bit of different add-ons here. Did not go for the ultra rare add-ons, same as Yusama. They do spot the first survivor, who is Elon right here. We see Orochi and Eren currently pressuring generators somewhere. And I'm gonna be honest, like it's not an impossibility here, but like Kisa needs to do some incredible things, like some really mechanically impressive things, and really I'm all here for it to see what Kisa is capable of as Blight here.
We see the quad. We haven't mentioned it. We see quad Nias this time as opposed to quad aces. Elon manages to stay alive an extra second there. I don't know if you noticed on Elon. Elon has deliverance. Now that doesn't mean they are the deliverance survivor, because multiple people could have deliverance, but definitely not someone you want to see get hooked first. Elon first totem goes down, so that will be undying. Elon's doing a pretty good job here, using pallets, using that crane, staying alive long enough, and you can see several gens ready to pop. Great flare by Elon there, stays alive at the edge map and still staying alive. We're going to see a couple generators pop, and this is a very different game than we saw at the beginning of last game. The down comes in, but it will not stop these gens from popping. Great chase by Elon.
Yeah, absolutely agree. That was a really, really good chase from Elon, and this is what happens when even one good chase happens. If you don't really have many perks to actively try to stop those generators a little bit faster, this can happen more often than not, and just, you know, it's looking very tough. It would need a miracle to like just just barely win it, but that would probably most likely have to be a four-man slug. But of course, gotta remember we have Elon actually is the player who's also got Unbreakable, so it's not entirely possible to do a four-man slug depending on who you find. But it's looking very tough. Orochi is currently working on a generator. He's just chasing Exotic here, who's just zooming through these tiles currently. It's looking very tough. It's looking extremely tough right now.
I chuckled there because that was a 99 sprint burst that we came around the corner there and made the pallet. I think we make that pallet anyway, but it definitely gave options for where you go depending on where Blight is. Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough. There are, like you said, pretty standard add-ons. We got the double speed add-ons, which is what we normally allow in a regular balanced competitive Dead by Daylight match. But it can also be for feel, right? You know how fast you normally go, so then you're used to it. But yeah, we're having trouble. I gotta say, those aura reading perks last time were extremely helpful for Selma, and I bet Kissa is kind of feeling like, man, I wish I had some aura reading right now too, because we're struggling to get chases going here. Okay, we found one of our Nias here. These, by the way, these Nias are they are dressed for the occasion. They are very they are very Azarov's Wrecker's Blood Lodge colored. You know, they got that green tint going on, and it's really paying off. They're really difficult to see at a distance.
Honestly, yeah, I agree with you. Like sometimes, like clothing in a certain way in a certain way can actually sometimes pay off. Funnily enough, not sure how much it has been helping here. Like just really struggling. Like wow, this team is on point on Survivor. Honestly, they are doing so well. We're gonna see the third gen pop right now. Exotic has finished the third gen, and now the only thing they need to do is finish one more gen, and which it finished right then and there. So just the Team Reverie takes the Blight set, like absolutely insane stuff from both Yusoma as the killer and then their survivor team on this side. Incredible stuff.
And again, it's pretty common we see this. If you have a cracked Blight player, that means you practice against a cracked Blight player, which means these survivors of Team Reverie have played against that the demon Uselma, and they're used to counterplay versus Blight. What counterplay there is against such a strong killer, but they clearly know how to cut corners, when and where to double back, use pallets effectively, and it really paid off. Clearly, they are very comfortable in the Blight set, and whereas our first matchup, our Plague matchup, Astral won by a couple of hooks. This is going to be a definitive victory for Team Reverie. All the generators get done. We're going to see people getting out the door here, almost guaranteed. We'll have to wait and see. Almost guaranteed we're going to see escape. So very different game. Good moonwalk there, though, by Kissa. And no worry about a pallet save because of the blood favor. That was a great down, but a little too late. And we're going to be seeing 3 survivors getting out the door here, probably. Unless they get a little cheeky. But, I mean, you know what? I got a question for you while we're winding this one down, Jersku. Do you think they should just leave, or do you think there's value in trying to get the unhook because there's nothing at stake? Like, pretty good practice. Like, they're going for the gate here, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it could be pretty good value because with the fact that the gate being right, that they did open the other gate there, but it could just be good for even practice's sake because, like, and we actually do see the unhook happen there, but they decide to just go for Elon here. I think that's gonna end up being a down. Who actually waits it out, just is really patient there. Of course, I don't think we're gonna see. I don't think we're gonna see a save here on the basement side.
Yeah, well, we didn't lose anything. Oh,
never mind. It was instant.
They were down there.
No. Okay.
That's crazy. I was gonna say we didn't lose anything.
Oh my god, the body blocks, man.
I think somebody goes down here. Someone's got to go down. Oh my goodness! Get out of the way, Nia. They got out. Is that far enough? Can we pick? Oh my goodness, they all got out. That's incredible. That's incredible. Wow. Team Reverie really did exceptional on Survivor there. Wow.
Correction there, the team their Survivor currently is the correction here is that it's Team Astral currently on Survivor and Team Reverie is currently playing Killer.
Because they can look down over top of a lot of these sort of lower walls than you'd find on maybe a Macmillan map, which will give the survivors a heads up play. The question is, Jersku, how fast does that first hit come in?
Honestly, I don't know, and I'm hoping that for the Survivor team's sake, it comes in late because I think in an Oni set, delaying that first hit is so important to the point that that first hit could actually be the major reason why your Survivor team might lose the whole set here. And currently chasing Exotic here, who does go to Shack, so it's gonna be a very strong setup here. Gets rid of Shack Palette immediately though, so that resource cannot be used anymore. We got Ryobi here playing Oni. Decides you just want to commit, and I like that they have. I just noticed their perks. They actually have coup, and I actually kind of like that for Oni. That could be really helpful, actually.
Very good pickup there, yeah. Because again, if the survivors play really well, I think like we could have swung there maybe, but maybe would have. They've been doing some good vacuum stuns there. But yeah, if you don't get your first hit before a couple generators pop, well, coup will definitely help you get that. Definitely a heads up play. We're gonna get the hit in though. Can't quite play that sort of medium pallet there. We're gonna get a hit in as the first generator is about to pop. You can see on the HUD there, Suko is about 75% done, and Exotic has about 50% left on their generator. We're gonna interrupt this generator, get another hit, and instantly get power. Our first gen pops, so we do have that coup now available. But we're going to have to see if we can find, hopefully, a healthy survivor. But at this point, any survivor would be good to stick up on the hook. We do have 2 bleeding survivors, which means we're going to be starting to accumulate orbs around the map. Looks like, oh, I thought maybe we got in the locker there to stop the orbs and then got caught in there. But no, we're going to make it to this pallet in time. A little bit of a moonwalk, but Exotic able to anticipate, drop the pallet. And we haven't bought power yet. I don't necessarily hate this. We're going to break some of these pallets and move around. Aaron does get fully healed, so we will stop dropping orbs on one of them. And yeah, it's time for Ryobi to go into the Demon Dash here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is important that at a certain point you definitely need to start using that Oni power. It's a nice flick there on Exotic, but like I was saying, that it's pretty important to get that Oni power going on relatively early after you've actually gotten the power activated. because that's going to allow you to give a lot of pressure to the actually healthy survivors that are working on gens. We have the first hook there on Exotic, which means they did lose their power up temporarily, but because they used so little of their power, as you can see from the meter right there as well, that they are right next to having the power again. And there it goes. Power is up and running again, and now Ryobi is mostly just looking for a healthy ace victim here to get the next down.
And I really like the play there. It's so tempting as an Oni player to get power and instantly pop it when you see a survivor and run at them. But seeing as we are chasing injured exotic, Unhook comes in here and we're gonna pop our demon power here again. It's so easy to we're gonna get the endurance hit there, trying to find this is what we were looking for. The unhooker is right here.
Oh,
Just hit through the
oh
pallet.
no.
Suko goes
Oh,
down. I was gonna say that seemed a little late, but my goodness. I'll quickly get my thought out. The point of letting the survivor bleed a little bit before you pop power means the moment you got that down on exotic, you then could again, grab a couple more orbs and keep going. Really great play by Ryobi. Nice flick, and we're gonna see our second fresh hook.
yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff from Ryobi, applying that pressure really well with Oni's Demon Rush. Like that's what you kind of need to do as Oni, to apply a lot of that pressure. We do see the second generator pop, which is still pretty decent so far. We only have 2 hook stages so far on Ryobi's end. We also see that Deadlock has activated on one of the generators right now. We actually see Deliverance coming into play, I think that is. But does spot healthy survivor Marcy, who is now in trouble because that is not an amazing pallet against them.
Very scary pallet. We've got a couple of windows here. Oh, good try there, though. That is Scene Partner's going to give us a little bit of a heads-up play, but not enough for Marcy. And Marcy goes down. Third gen popped in the middle of that, but we're getting a lot of fresh hooks here at Jersku.
Yeah, we absolutely are. This is, I believe, the third fresh hook there so far for Ryobi. So really good result overall. We have 3 generators proc, and that generator actually does regress a little bit there thanks to Pain Res also. He's used 3 stacks of it so far, so just 1 remains, and the last Painter stack is actually on Eren. They've also gotten quite a bit of value from the perk that is still grayed out, that might come into effect a little later, which is No Way Out. And that could be good. He also has 5 stacks of Coup. So, and yeah, we're seeing that resets are happening there. Suko and Exotic were healed into the healthy state. Marcy is still hanging around the hook. Some generator pressure is going on, which is good as well. And Suko currently here is going for that pull. Really close to Exotic there. I'm not sure if they're going to spot them, though. I don't think so. Wow. Doesn't quite catch them, though.
So Ryobi, when he came into that corner, a crow landed on the... So when the reset came in, a crow landed on the dump truck there, and very clearly found them back there. And as we were looking at the survivors there, we got our power back. Went for a 180, couldn't quite get it, but we're gonna... Okay, smart heads-up play here by Suko. This is a great play when you're playing against Oni. Unfortunately, it's not going to pay off because there is a ton of, well, not going to pay off as much as it could. It's a really smart play to hop in lockers to force them out of power. Unfortunately for the survivors, there was a giant puddle of orbs, and so we're instantly going to get our power back. It's still a good play. It's just not going to have as much effect as it could have if you can starve out the power a little bit longer. There. But I also want to point out really quickly, Team Reverie has fielded 3 separate killer players today. So they clearly have a very deep roster. You'll love to see that. Some teams will just have the same killer player who just masters every killer. And some teams will have, a couple different players have a couple different killers. Really takes the pressure off, allows people to really hone in their skills. And you can see that here. Obviously, Ryobi is pretty comfortable as the Oni.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Ryobi definitely knows what they're doing as Oni. Their skill set is definitely very honed as the Oni. We see Exotic here being chased. It's looking pretty bad, but they do have a little bit of safety here. But unfortunately, they have been zoned a little bit. And I think this will definitely end up being a down. And that it is. That power definitely came in hand for Ryobi. They don't have as much of the power remaining, so it'll definitely take a bit longer to get that power back now, unless there's just a huge blood pile somewhere waiting. But that coup could also definitely come in handy. Eren is definitely playing it a bit on the safer side, I think, because they probably just want their best to avoid that pain stack, if possible.
Oh,
Oh no, they had a lot of blood there. Never mind.
that was that reset spot that the
Yeah.
crow when they saw. That's where they reset back there. And yeah, no, we're going again. They are down to 1 generator here, so we're getting close. But I think you're absolutely right. Aaron wants to stay unseen, but the problem is you still got to get a generator done. I think we're in this locker here, so we're gonna get a pull again. Yeah,
Yep.
Suko's gonna be dead for it though. So we're going down to 3v1. Yeah, Aaron wants to stay hidden, but I mean, we need you doing generators. We we need you doing stuff, and particularly now we're down a man. So
Yeah.
we're getting down to the nitty gritty here.
Is
Oh,
that
Jen's cranking though.
Is that? Oh, that is Eren actually. The last pain rest stack as well. So interesting to see what they're gonna do. Actually, it doesn't matter anymore. They got the 5th gen done. I think they knew what they were doing. They probably took a risk. They're sacrificing Suko for the greater good there to get that last gen popped and into a good situation so Eren could also be chased without really having to worry much. They also do need to keep in mind that Ku could come in handy here for them right now, just so that Ryob can get that power down. This is definitely going to be a hit with the Ku. Yep, big Ku. And as we can also see that No Way Out has been active for quite some time already. It is just 3 stacks. It's not the maximum 4 stacks, but 3 stacks is still quite a lot. That Ku isn't going to be quite enough, though. This is a little too close to the pallet.
That's such a funny perk because the way the game has gone, big flick. Oh my God. Heads up play by Aaron to not throw the pallet. That was crazy. If you throw that pallet, you're vacuumed in and you're dead at that point. Goes down anyway, but great play by Aaron. That Ku was hidden the entire match. He did not use his... oh, this is scary. Oh, no, the pallet's gone, sorry. He did not use his M1, his powerless M1 lunge at all until then. Everything else was mostly power, and then like people were, getting power from more power. Sorry, you down someone with power, they get unhooked, and then there's more orbs to get power from. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
Great find there, though. I mean, if we can camp out Aaron, that's gonna be an extra 3 hooks. So that's a huge find here. Obviously, they're gonna want to trade Exotic coming in. Gonna want to trade Exotic here for Aaron. Looks like they're gonna get the unhook, but it's a long way to the exit, and we've got power, so we can beat you there.
It absolutely is. Like, I'm not sure if Aaron's gonna make it out of this, honestly. I think, but the endurance changed. I think they're trying to opt for a body block there, which might end up working out, and they actually just run away from the exit gate, which I think is the right call there. It's just a little too risky at that point, and we're probably gonna see Mars trying to pick up the Aaron tries to avoid it, but cannot. And we actually just see Marcy escape right there, which probably implies that Exotic...
Wow.
Exotic? And I would assume that... I'm not... I thought Exotic would be picked up, honestly.
No, I agree, but I'm guessing that they were not in the position to do it, and we got to cut our losses. This is going to be 2 hooks out the gate. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like, you'd think that, but also the odds are... if they weren't perfectly in the right position, what was probably happening was Marcy was probably in a position to try and body into that truck pallet where the first hit came in, and it just happens. Interesting perk we see here. Aaron, there it is, Phantom Fear, the string trap perk. So basically reverse scene partner, sorry. Going to be able to, it's going to be a lot harder for survivors to stealth. They're going to have to stealth while averting their eyes. Survivor's gonna have to be shy and not look directly at the killer. Good finesse there to go through this pallet, and yeah, we just opt to kick it because that's a very strong pallet. Chasing Kissa over here by the tractor. I don't know about that greed, but we're not really forcing it. Oh, there's another pallet to the left. That's why we greeted. And it wound up working out. Yeah.
Just really good stuff. We don't have Ku, of course, to aid in getting that, but I think this is gonna end up in being headed. Do they get mind gamed? Kind of, but the bloodlust is just too much, and that is going to end up being a hit. That's actually a very early hit for Eren there. Like, I think this is going to definitely be really helpful. Now they just have to follow Ryob around, get those blood orbs, maybe even get a down out of them. Mart and Flo are currently pressuring Gens quite nicely. Corrupt hasn't gone away quite just yet. Bit of Phantom Fear proc in there, but that doesn't really matter anymore other than some goofy screams from our lovely Acer. We actually saw Kisa lurking around there behind that crane. Just a really nice stun from Ryop there as well. Reaches to another pallet. We see Bloodlust kicking in now. They do make this pallet, but can they win the 50 there? Oh, this is gonna be a bit difficult. I don't think they win that. And no, they don't. Bloodlust is just that strong in that kind of tile, especially.
That was a really gross setup. Oh, we might get a basement hook here on our first hook. Wow, that was a really gross setup, and Ryob was doing really good, chaining together 3 separate pallets, managing to go back and forth. And now the unfortunate thing about chaining together 3 separate pallets is every time you vault, you drop a ton of orbs. And Aaron says, "Don't mind if I do." Grabs them all up, and we're ready to dash. We did just see a survivor over here. Phantom Fear's almost coming off of cooldown here too. This scares me a little bit. Whenever you lose sight of survivors, it's always kind of scary when you're in power because they could just hard stealth out the power. But Phantom Fear doesn't allow it. Flick! But Finesse gets him through it.
Ooh. Yep, this really nice vacuum. I think they might have been able to make it out of that without Finesse anyway. Gets a nice flick onto the pallet there. Does Kisa have a lot to work with? Actually, no, decides to go back in the basement, and this is really bad, actually. Wait, no, instead, just goes for that really nice flick, just knows which corner they're hiding in. It's a really nice flick onto March. Ryob does get out of the basement, but this unfortunately does mean that Aaron gets another fresh. Actually decides to not hook in basement because, hold on, let me actually fact check that to see March doesn't have any perk like Wicked to 8, but they decided to just go for the Pain Res hook instead. That's going to be the first stack of Pain Res. Still ends up being the second fresh second stage hook. That was dangerous, but they did have another gem pop as well.
That was that was really impressive. I want to point out really quickly what Aaron did there. You kind of commented on it, but I want to point out that you said he knew where he was. He did, or at least he predicted correctly. He had 1 second left on Demon Dash on his power, so he had to come down, take a guess, flicked correctly, and managed to nail March there and get the. That was a really smart play and very conscious of what's going on in the match. Very aware that their power was about to run out. We see a 3rd gen pop. We're playing really well, but we got a lot of work here to do. We've got 2 bleeding survivors for orbs, but we've got a ton of work here. We need 10 hooks. We're gonna grab our power and maybe get out of here. Maybe split some hooks up. I thought that when we pulled March out of the basement and onto the hill hook, I was thinking maybe that was because A, we wanted to pain res. Unfortunately, a gen popped right then. But also B, you know, a hill's a pretty good defensible position, and middle hill is a pretty defensible. Ooh. Great pickup on where Flowleroy was stealth there at the corner and gets the pick there. Yeah, I thought maybe it was defensible, but we decided not to defend it and just went around the map. So I think it might have just been you might have been right. It might have been just the pain res. That is our 3rd fresh hook. 2 gens left, and there are orbs on the map. We can get power.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a bit of Phantom Fear activating there, but I don't think Aaron's quite interested in that person specifically. Do you see Kisa currently working on a gen there? Someone's probably rotating around to save around the hook now. Oh, but another scream happened, unfortunately. But Aaron's currently just more interested in collecting those blood orbs to get that demon rush power active again. And that's definitely going to cause a lot of pressure. And Ryob and Matcha are probably worried about that while Kisa is just pressuring a generator currently. We do see the save happen there on Flow, which is actually pretty far away. Aaron does get power now, though, after getting a sufficient amount of blood orbs. And now it's just a matter of finding just that one unlucky survivor. I think best case scenario here is that they interrupt Kisa at a gen, though, and down them. That would probably be the best thing that would happen for Aaron here. We also see Plot Twist go up there, I think. My apologies.
No, of course. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Finding Kisa as good guess, because that's exactly what we did here. And yeah, Flowleroy just did Plot Twist there. Can we flick that? Oh my goodness, really?
Wow.
Cornered up as opposed to going to the pallet, thinking they weren't going to make the pallet. I thought that was going to be very close to the pallet, but yeah, I guess Kisa did not have faith. We're going to hook right on this generator with the most progress. I do want to point out something good the survivors are doing. The survivors have been going across the map. All the generators are on shack towards this corner. The survivors have been going across the map to heal, so they're leaving the pools of blood far away from the generator. So if Aaron wants to go and get the power, we need to cross all the way across the map. 4th gen pops. This is really coming down to the wire. The most progress generator is on the hook. We're gonna get power here. It looks like this is a nail biter. This is really a nail biter.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Doesn't want to chase flow, which honestly makes sense in this situation. Just wants to make sure that these generators are not being worked on. That's the main concern of Aaron here currently, because Aaron still needs to work towards quite a lot to get to that win count. It's nice animation drop there with the scream accompanied by it. We do see someone going for a save there. Is this flick gonna be enough? It is. Does end up hitting flow here. Doesn't quite make Kisa deep wounded. But Aaron is actually quite interested in just going for another healthy survivor here. Can they get them though? Not quite. But they still have a little bit of that power left. Can they reach it? I don't think they can reach it in time. No, they cannot, and the power is gone.
So this is a scary position. That was a really good power use. We managed to get Shaq Pallet out of the way. We managed to drop Flolaroy, but I was going to say, now we've got 2 pretty well progressed generators. This one's regressed quite a bit. It's still got a fair bit. So we've got double up on both sides here. Looks like the injured survivors over here are just going to be trying to get out of here. No, you know what? Kiss is going to stay here and say, you know what? That's fine. We're going to stay in this general area. Maybe make use of this while Shaq gets done. Unlike last match, we don't have no way out. Okay, survivors are playing it nice and survivors are playing it slowly, not going to try and force the generator. I agree with that. If you take a hit right now, we get power, and then we're in real big trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I think patience is key here for these survivors. They don't want to make a slip up, because if you make a slip up, especially against a killer like this when they have power and everything, it could turn out to be very bad on the very short run. But you actually see the 5th gen pop right there, and the survivors are in a very good situation right here. It is not looking good for Aaron right now. We see Kisa going in for another plot twist play. We do see some scratch marks there. Is this the...
That's
Wait,
Kisa.
hang on. Is this Kisa? That's Kisa.
Right?
Yeah, no, Kisa's here, right? Yeah, okay. That's unfortunate.
But that draws attention away from the gates, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually fine, because they can just run off now. They could just leave.
And they're gone. Yeah, that's gonna be a win for Reverie, right?
Yep, they all left. We saw a funny plot twist there from Flo right at the end, but yeah. Wow. The really good performance from the survivors, especially at the last gen. Like, I'm very impressed by that performance there.
So that's a more common, I would say that's a more common result for Oni. We got 6 hooks, 4 fresh. Maybe a little bit more, but again, given the rule set, it's really hard to tell. That's a lot of spirit handicap. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. Not very surprised by their choice to have 3 iron balls. That's definitely going to be extremely helpful in this scenario. We see that the Spirit has decided to just go for a full 4 Hex build. Does find Flo here in a pretty unfortunate spot. Gets a nice hit. This follow-up could end up being a really fast down. If they can guess where they go. Because I think this is Mother-Daughter Ring at play, actually. So they can't see scratch marks. But does find them, but Flo does make it into safety here, either a window or a pallet. Decides to play it safe though, which is respectable in that situation against the Spirit especially. God pallet goes down, but can Flo make it into more safety before Raza catches them? There is a pallet right there, but this could be a very tough mind game. Oh, misses the lance though.
Very, very close. Yeah, this is so weird. Mother-Daughter Ring means you don't get scratch marks, but all these iron wills means you're not going to get sound either. So we are entirely going to be basing it on corn and grass moving, basically, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be kind of crazy. Very important to note, some of the survivors have fog vials, good hit there on Kissa.
Yep.
Right near the hook. I guess we caught out. That's really bad for the survivors. That's really important to note. Kissa was hanging out near Chase, getting ready. Wow, and a quick down too. Kissa was hanging out near the Chase to get the pull, to get the save, while the others worked on survivors. Worked on the generator, sorry. If the HUD is correct, and it is, March had to get off their generator, cross the map to go get the unhook on Flolaroy, because Kissa got downed as well. We see 1 gen pop instead of 2. Massive find there by Raza.
Yeah, absolutely. And really fast follow-up as well to get that down on Kisa. Kisa really thought they would made it, but I would imagine that the Survivor team has already definitely caught on to the fact that Raza brought Mother-Daughter Ring, so that might change up the playstyle a little bit. They will probably play it a lot safer now, try not to really make distance because they become so incredibly fast with mother-daughter rings, so it's going to be really hard to avoid them. That Iron Will should definitely help in that scenario, but an experienced Spirit player will know how even a good Iron Will player might think, so it's still going to be really rough. We see a little bit of hiding there, doesn't quite spot them. Actually, successful stealth there.
I want to point out really quickly, Flolaroy, who was the first chase, is the only one who didn't have Iron Will. So,
yeah,
like, very lucky for Raza. I don't know. I can't imagine that was the plan, because why would you send your weakest chase, like, not Flolaroy, but the only person who's going to be making noise in chase, why would you send them out to be the first chase? So I don't think that was intentional. So very, very fortunate for our killer to find Flolaroy first. Looks like we're dropping back there instead of going. We saw Flolaroy there. I'm surprised we didn't go for it. Camping this out, they've got Ryob. Ryob has Kissa does go second. Ryob is going to break that first totem. Sorry, second totem. My bad. I didn't even hear the first one go down. And that is going to be Thrill. So the useful totems are still active, the Blood Favor and the Ruin, but they're going to be a lot easier to break with Thrill of the Hunt out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some activity here. Honestly, we're going to Cow Tree currently. I think this is March just playing really well in stealth. Actually, Flo gets caught in an unfortunate set of circumstances. Didn't quite make it out because, like you mentioned earlier, we believe that Flo is the one and only survivor, yes, who does not have Iron Will, so that's going to end up being Death Hook situation for Flo here as well, alongside Kisa. It's looking a bit rough. They haven't managed to get any other generator done yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I maybe totally misread this. Seeing a bunch of Iron, I thought Spirit was going to be at a huge disadvantage because Iron Will is so devastating against. We also saw some light-footed there too. So, very, very fixated, light-footed. We see all these perks that are exceptionally strong against the survivor. I say against a killer that can't see you and can only hear you, especially with the mother-daughter ring. But it's winding up working. Blood Favor is out of the game. Ruin is still active. So every second off of generators is going to be regressing. But nobody's on hook right now, so they do have time to start cranking away those gens. And Survivor...
Oh, no.
Wait.
Wait, hold on. Was that? Were they just insta-downed? Am I crazy?
I saw the same thing. Either that was a dramaturgy or I'm crazy. No.
That wasn't... They didn't have dramaturgy.
And they didn't shoulder. Huh. Okay.
Huh. I could have sworn they were healthy.
Wait, no, they did drama. They did. Sorry, they shouldered the burden. They shouldered the burden.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I see that now. I see that now.
I totally missed the sound because I was focused on other things. Yeah. So that is now 2 hooks for Ryobi. Took one of the hooks off of Flolaroy. Wow. So this is crazy. We saw this in the tournament last week as well, where a couple times shoulder the burden just really went sort of played against the survivors. The attempt didn't pay off, and I mean, Ryobi is in danger of getting tunneled out at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a huge risk here. You need to win so many 50-50. Kisa does win that 50-50 there. Really nice, really well played there. Are they going to win this one, though? Because they're so fast. Does win it, though. This just runs away.
Wow. Yeah, you can hear the footsteps, but it's really... Wow. Oh, and just... So this is not a great tile here. Oh, I didn't see that pallet there, but this isn't the greatest tile here. Second generator finally pops. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I love this shit running away. I love that they're just doing that.
Okay, but we...
Oh!
Hard!
Nice, Dead.
Oh my god, Kisa just, mastering the jiggy plays, pressing W, running away, knowing that she's fast, but does not have, there, we're going to finally go down. Keep in mind, too, Kisa was making noise there because we were exhausted due to the dead hard, so it was a little bit easier finally to take it down. That's going to be a death on Kisa, but, man, great chase there by Kisa, just managing to get all the way from the tile on the other side of Shack, all the way diagonal across the map, lets their team get a generator done and a little bit more. This Ruin is still cranking away here, though, Jersku. So I don't know if they haven't found it. It's one of these ones in the corn, so it's not in the middle of a tile. and it's not, you know, around the tractor, so they might not have seen it yet. It might blend in a little bit with the corn. Someone was here, though. Maybe they've spotted it now.
Perhaps they have. It's a bit hard to find these things sometimes. They do spot Mars, who is the fresh hook. Opts to not go for them, though, because other generators are having quite a lot of progress. But, of course, as you said, Ruin is just ruining a bunch of things right now for them. They haven't quite found that totem yet. I don't know if they even want to get rid of it at this stage, because it takes a lot of time. Gets a nice sprint there from Flo. Does avoid that down. Just barely. He's at a pretty good tile, but against Mother Daughter Ring, it's going to be very dangerous. But the pallet, with the pallet now being gone, it's can Flo really make it up because they don't have Iron Will? No, not quite.
Heads up play by Raja there. It's interesting. They've decided to crank these generators instead. Either they haven't found Ruin or they're just deciding to get on the gens. Yeah. They may not have found Ruin because it's right there. But I can't imagine they haven't spotted it, so I think they opted to just get. They have to have seen it. There's no way they couldn't see it. I mean, I have walked past a Ruin like that before, but I mean, I'm based on the fact that they've been in this area for several times. It must have been called out by now. They do get that generator. Flowroy will probably get picked up here, and so Raza's trying to maintain a really good win condition, but we got to make sure we don't sacrifice. Sometimes you can get a way worse win condition because you're trying to get a 4K3 and then you get outs or something like that, right? So we have to make sure we are getting these hooks in.
Yeah, absolutely. Raza definitely wants a good condition here. Survivors have been managing relatively well getting these generators done. 3 gens done so far. I wonder if they can get more. Unfortunately, this is going to be the end of Ryob. You have not much they can do here. Waiting out a potential deadup, but that does not exist for them, unfortunately. That's going to end up being the second kill there. And it's... I'm not sure what Flo and March are thinking about doing here. Because it's rough. They're actually doubling a gen there, as we can see on the aura rate there.
I think they'll get it.
No, I think they get this. I think they're just committing for this.
It's very close. They'll probably commit and die, right?
Potentially.
It's gonna be so close. No, they'll get it. Okay, good on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really nice gen pop so far.
That's probably the best they were going to get, given the way the game was going. I was going to say, it seemed like they had... their gen progress seemed less than I was expecting, but in the end, you know, that sort of slow play wound up paying off and getting 4 gens, particularly with how things were going. Man, we were always in chase when things came, you know, when Ryob got that shoulder play, went from 0 hooks to 2 hooks right away. I think there was a world where we could have maybe tunneled and moried, and potentially got someone out of the game earlier, but we were just always in a good chase, so it wasn't really time. Like, you'd have to fully drop, slapping the cow, you'd have to fully drop a good chase in order to go back to hook, and how did we know? How do we know? Okay.
I'm daring to assume that.
Hatch at main.
Hatch at main. They figured the hatch would be at main. Just a 50-50 guess there at that point, guessing where it's gonna be. Are they gonna make it this? No, even with the mother-daughter ring in play, but this is gonna spell out the end for March. There's nothing they can really do here, unfortunately. It is that unfortunate scenario that you can stall it out, you can have a very spicy chase, but in the end, it's gonna end up being that kill. Which it does happen, and we get to see the Mori here.
4K1, I gotta say, given the rule set, the no rules rule set, I gotta say, I think that's a really good spirit result.
It is.
I genuinely think. I think that there was a world where if the survivor...
On Ryob here, mother-daughter ring at play again. Ooh, but I like the perk choice there, honestly. I quite like this.
That is Languid Touch, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. And now... Ow. I think... Okay. Does find Exotic there in an unfortunate spot. That generator had just a tad bit of progress to allow them to find, but...
Actually, that's genius! Very fast down. I'm sorry, Languid Touch is genius. Languid Touch exhausts you when you scare a crow. Do you know what you do when you're exhausted? Iron Will doesn't work. That's genius.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Oh my...
Great fast down. Sorry, I don't mean to be taken away from the action, but that is a genius perk. That completely takes away the danger. I mean, it has a cooldown. It's not going to be up 100% of the time, but that is going to be massive for our killer. Wow. Crazy.
That's actually crazy good. I didn't even think about that. I don't see Languid Touch used at all, but now I see the insane potential. It has insanely good potential on a killer like Spirit. And especially if you're using, you know, mother-daughtering and all that, Survivor tries to run away, but then you can't. You can't use Light, you can't use Sprint Burst, you can't use any exhaustion. And especially, like you said, Iron Will won't work. And that's just, the one direct counter to Spirit is now disabled for you.
Like I would say it's mostly Iron Will, but you're right also. Like, well, hey, you had Dead Hard, like Kiss's Dead Hard last time, wouldn't have worked, right? So anyways, first down comes in very quickly on Exotic. Quick unhook, manages to get away. Gens are cranking away. Really good efficiency so far from Astral's survivors here. Looks like we are starting. It's impossible to tell who we're chasing until we start chasing. We're on Orochi over here. But we're gonna stop and interrupt this generator. The other perks are fine. We got pain res, we've got agitation, so we can pick our hook states, which is kind of nice, especially for a 4.4 killer. And we got dead man switch. Problem with dead man switch is though we got to get downs, and the survivors are being, I want to argue, are being significantly more efficient this match. Although I don't want to take away from the fact that we did have that. The first down came in last match very pretty early, and then we also had the unhooker found very quickly too. So that definitely had part of it. So
it absolutely did, and I think Ryob actually lost Orochi there. I think, and it's really unfortunate. They were intending to down them, but didn't quite work out. And okay, no, actually no, they found Orochi again, grunting around. Pre-drops that pallet just to play a bit safe, but this is dangerous. Yep, and that's gonna end up happening. They tried their best, but like in that situation, like it's hard to do anything really. But like you said, we have good pressure on Gens so far though, on the other survivors.
The survivors are all running Sprint Burst and not Iron Will. Okay, that's a totally different strategy, but I mean, it's actually interesting because that makes Languid Touch less effective. Like,
that's true.
You might, well, not really. It still has value, especially with Sprint Burst, right? Because if you're sitting there with Sprint Burst, let's say you're running, you go get on a generator after spooking a crow, and you are exhausted, and then you're not getting your exhaustion back. No, you'd be getting your exhaustion back on. Never mind. I'm getting. Never mind. Doesn't matter. I don't think it's gonna be as effective. They'll be able to Sprint Burst away, and then the exhaustion will just stop them from being able to maybe get back. You know, they won't be able to, like, 99 their Sprint Burst. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely agree with that. Currently chasing Elon at Shack. Pardon me. We see that Marcy pops the third gen there. Really nice vault there. Just barely missed Elon there as well. Can they get the first hit here to get an injury? But no. Really nice play there again from Elon. Managed to avoid it, but I don't. Do they reach anything here? Not quite. So this is going to be a little bit more dangerous. Elon might get down here. Orochi gets reset by Marcy. Good situation still for the survivors regardless. Tracking Elon, but doesn't quite hit it. And Elon just wastes even more time here, which is really good for the survivor team.
This is going... Yeah, that's the tie condition right there. Yep. Ryobi is running out of time. Really good chase here by Elon, and just in general. Yeah, man, double back. This is looking like particularly one-sided. It's the opposite of what we saw with Oni, and the opposite being that we had a very one-sided match for Team Reverie, and now it looks like we're having a one-sided match for Team Astral here on the Spirit. One more gen pops, and that is going to be bringing us to the final set of the day. We're going to be going 2-2. It's not over yet. Pain Res comes in. Deadman Switch will potentially come into play, but we have, instant pull, keeping pressure. Either if you want to go back, you got to get pressure off the gens. You can't. Instant reset as well on Elon. Oh, this is looking so bad for Ryob.
Yeah, it is. And really nice distance making there from Marcy. Wins it really nicely. Mother-daughter ring doesn't quite help out in that situation. If you can't see scratch marks, Marcy tries to just run there, but they actually catch the bluff this time. He's exhausted right now as well, so won't be able to use sprint burst or anything of that sort. Other survivors are exhausted as well. Nice patience play. We have gens being pressured currently. Yeah, this is a hard tile to win because Spirit is actually decides to actually just get down at the pallet instead. Fair choice, but someone's
Oh
right here. Does
no.
they get the? I don't get the pallet save though, and that's a pain res.
That was
Oh,
such a quick pickup too. That felt like
yeah.
such a quick pickup, but it like there's nothing that makes it quick. Like there was nothing there that did it. That was just, wow, crazy. So, yeah, that's gonna be 4 fresh hooks. Again, it doesn't fresh don't matter. We got to kill everybody before a generator pops. But all 4 pain reses, I believe, have been used. This is so crazy to me. I'm sorry. This is so crazy that again maybe okay. Let's look at maybe the survivors are so used to playing Spirit when they're not allowed to run Iron Will that they're like, no, we don't need it. We're gonna run our normal game. We're confident in our normal game. We're gonna do it. But it just seems wild to me to not run Iron Will against Spirit, but it's paying off.
It's very
strong.
Yeah, it is. Sprint burst is very strong. Like Languid Touch has gotten some value in some scenarios. We have a lot of gen pressure going on. The only thing Riot can really do about him now is kick because pain res is completely gone. And like it's looking tough. It's hard for me to see if Riot will be able to kill all 4 of them before even a single gen pops. So Riot will be extremely aggressive around these gens now, just watching them constantly, making sure they don't pop. But I think these survivors have caught on that this is going to be happening. And there goes the 5th gen.
Wow. Really well played by Astral. That was very strong. Very strong. Doesn't matter how many get out the door, but I mean, we're in a pretty good condition here to pretty good situation here to get many out the door. We got to cross all the way across the map here. Exotic's got to make it all the way across the map. If we see hit tanks come in, we might actually see all 4 of them get out the door here. Doesn't throw the pallet. Oh, but goes down under pallet. Okay, you get a second chance here now, guys. Don't mess it up this time.
And they do get
not that time.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, they learn from their mistakes.
Yeah, but the door's not open. Oh, okay.
No,
That was only 2 lights on the door. Interesting. Again, this is all for fun at this point. There's the game is the game has already been won by Team Astral, but
Oh,
did something happen?
oh, I think something may have. Oh, bit of lag there. I think from Elon's side potentially.
Thankfully, again, this won't affect the end result, I believe, so it's fine.
So.
Marcy plot twisted. Yeah, I think that they were on the door and they might have lagged or lagged out or something like that, and yeah, interesting. Anyways, they're gonna get out the door and whatever. It's fine. But that was very interesting. The door's still not open.
Oh my god, they're just waiting around with it. Oh no, no.
Agitation value.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna get out of here.
Yeah, they're just running around now, messing around a little bit maybe.
Well, okay, they're having trouble getting the door open, obviously. Die far away from the door, so then we can get out of this thing. They're not all gonna make it out now. I think they go, okay, this is turning silly. We're gonna go. I imagine they'll all go now. Cause
Yeah, I would imagine so.
there's no reason. There's no reason to save, and I think the plan was get everybody out, but then I don't know, something weird happened there with lag or something like that. So, that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hooks. I want to say 7 4 fresh.
Yeah, I think.
He must have lagged out.
Yeah, there must be a bit of an issue on that survivor's side.
Oh, he moved there. Elon moved there. Sorry, that's gonna be 8 hooks now, but
yeah.
Well,
Elon,
I gotta say, no, but like honestly, things like that happen, disconnects happen, lag happens and whatnot. It makes me so happy to see that happen after the win condition is reached. If that caused the win condition,
different build for the killer this time. The killer has completely changed their build. It is no longer a full hex build. They've opted to go for a completely different build this time. Survivors, I think, had pretty similar builds as to the last one, but we're gonna see how this goes now that there's no hexes at play.
Yeah, and they're pretty standard. And second time today, we've seen that coup de grace perk, which we didn't see a whole lot of value, although we did get some hooks in endgame from it in the Oni game. But I would argue that we potentially could see with Charlotte. I think that there's some opportunity with coup de grace because if you're able, Charlotte is powerless. You know, she's lady with shovel in this, right? Coup de Grace gives you hits that you wouldn't normally get. If you can get a hit and then follow up with a Victor down, that can be very strong. So could end up being a pretty definitive perk. We'll have to wait and see. We got the injury, the Victor injury on Aaron. We are chasing Orochi here at Shaq. Shaq pallet goes down. Halfway done. Corrupt intervention. No downs, 1 injury. So things are going pretty good for both sides still. Hopefully the survivors are able to get some generators done. Orochi does take the Victor hit, and maybe we're able to follow up. This is not the best area now. Shaq pallet's down. This is an okay pallet, but once it's gone, there's not a whole lot to work with here.
Yeah, absolutely not. We do have Shaq here, of course. We've got some nice pressure on Gent so far. That pain risk will definitely be an important factor to get into play here. So these downs are going to be incredibly important to get down. I don't know if can Orochi make it to anything. I don't. There is a pallet here, but it's a bit of a dangerous one. But they decided to just hold W. They do make this though. There's no bloodlust in the play or anything. That was honestly, I'd say a pretty risky play from Orochi, but it paid off so well because there still hasn't been a down.
That was March going like, okay, cool, I got them zoned, I got this. Wait, almost a play. But are we gonna get the Wigglyf up?
No, they definitely get the Wigglyf off. Wigglyf heals fast enough. That is definitely, yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's so gross. And then we get the body block so we don't injure Aaron here too. It's 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds of immunity. So, and yeah, managed to make that pallet. Yeah, fantastic chase there by Aaron. Was able to, I think that March thought that we had the down. We can just, chase with Charlotte. And then managed to chain through a couple pallets, get to the crane. And then, we're now here we are. Didn't get the kick on Victor, but we see the survivor nearby. There it is. Okay.
I honestly forgot that the killer instinct radius was that big, but that is a big radius for that. And unfortunately, that does mean that Aaron also gets injured there. No possibility to help Orochi here anymore. But that is just the first hook in first fresh. But we're probably going to see a pain rest most likely. I'm actually not sure.
No, did you see that?
Actually,
no. Okay. Sorry, I was gonna point that out. The pain reses. All 4 of them are down by main, and March is trying to hold the 3-gen by Shaq. What unluck? You know what though? Like, given the way things have played out here, that's unlucky for March, but may end up helping the survivors get a result they needed. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to jump in there because I did see when March picked up all 4 pain. This is the closest pain res to Shaq right here.
Yeah. Like, honestly, really unfortunate locations. I can totally understand trying to hold a 3-gen in a map like this because this map just kind of works in a funky way. Anyways, you kind of need to really worry about gen positioning here, especially, honestly, as both sides really. Currently following Marcy here. I don't know if any survivors are nearby to help out, but I don't think this is going to be a Victor down anyway. Actually, no, never mind. It's probably going to be a Victor down, and even if you have Wigglyf in this situation, you can't really do much. Actually, that's a very convenient body block from Charlotte there. Victor has to kind of work around it a bit, but does get the hit kick there. But is that enough? I don't think that's...
I think it's enough.
Wait, no, I think it's enough, actually. Yeah,
oh
it's
my
enough.
Goodness.
Oh my god, dude.
Such a gross perk.
It is. Oh god. I feel so bad whenever I run this against twins.
So, and down under pallet? Wait.
Oh, surely not.
Okay. They're coming.
It is.
Oh my god. Okay. Like, this is really, really unfortunate for our killer, but also great communication, great teamwork by our survivors. They're doing they understand the assignment. And there it is right there again, that thing where you can't jump through me. I'm going to put myself in the way so we prevent the down. We're still at 1 hook on Orochi. 2nd gen pops, but there's a lot of injuries on the board, and this is where this is where Victor shines, running around and slugging. So we're going to really have to play that kind of buddy system, hopefully, and stop them. We did lose our first 2 coup stacks, but we just had another generator pop, so we're back up to coup de grace. Orochi probably hasn't identified coup yet, so this could be a scary situation for them.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. There hasn't been much use of coup yet, so we're going to see if that comes into play here, and if they can expect it. Nice stun there from Orochi. Definitely going to make some distance with that right there. We do see the 3rd gen pop there as well. Team Astro doing really well on the gens so far. I think this should definitely end up being another Emma, but really nice 50-50 one there, making distance. More coup stacks coming to play. but the 4th gen is done. And yeah, wow, Team Astral's giving a lot of good pressure right now on gens.
I'm wondering in my head, like, we had 3 injured survivors and we're chasing the healthy one. I wonder if that's purely like bully syndrome. You're getting bullied. Not really, obviously, but like every time I get it down, they pick him up with Wiglif. They kick my little brother Victor, et cetera, et cetera. I wonder if that was just purely like, all right, I'm just gonna M1 kill you. I gotta chase you. This is all I can do, regardless of why. This is looking very dire for March. We have 1 hook on the board. All the heals have come through. We have fully reset, and we're down to 1 generator with very split gens. We see 1 gen down by main building and 2 down by shack side. We've got Charlotte kind of camping, but we saw a crow fly there, so we know there's a survivor over there. I don't see how we get a very good result in this situation if you're March right now.
Yeah, honestly, I gotta agree. Like, just Marcy's just wasting time by the lockers, and March knows they cannot be spending time over there anymore because the generators are constantly progressing. And is that gen close enough to be popped though? Not quite close enough. We do see 2 people doubling. Orochi decides to take the hit because Orochi is the less wanted survivor here because they already have a hook stage on them. So best case scenario here, if someone gets hooked, Orochi should get hooked because that means they're denying March a fresh hook, and it's just another hook stage.
We might see some coup value come into play here. If we can down Orochi before the generator pops, which we can't. I was going to say, our Pain Res is down this end of the map, but in the end of the day, Pain Res, the most worthless perk in the map right now, got 0 value, unfortunately. And, wow. Orochi down. If we just take Orochi, that's going to be 3 hooks, 1 fresh. That is not likely going to be enough. At that point, we just got to hook 2 survivors and get an extra hook. Wow, really well played by our survivors. I got to tell you, Jersku, it's very easy to, after taking such an unfortunate ruling, fair in a sense that it's the rules and it's the way we had to play it, but still, the survivors were so ahead, and seeing them shrug off that kind of unfortunate situation and come back and put up such a strong result, that makes me very happy. We do see the down, we get the kick, and there's multiple Wiglifs there to pick up that survivor, and they're all out the door. That's a 1 hook game. Probably.
Yeah, that's just really unfortunate, but that's kind of just the way it is sometimes in these kind of scenarios. Like that Wiglif over on and botany knowledge as well on a few of the survivors is just so insane. Like, this is unfortunately.
Both survivor teams have played phenomenally today, and we'll have to wait and see. We're in the match now, though. Look at those totems, Jersku.
Looking at them totems, full hex build. Blood Favor, Undying Thrill, and I think that was Ruin. Yep, that was Ruin, I saw right. And yeah, the win con here for Team Astral with Raza playing on Twins is not hard to reach, but on the rare occasion, I have seen miracles happen. In another tournament match, which was crazy, so it's not an impossibility, but it is incredibly difficult for the survivors.
Like, what's the plan here? I would say potentially, like, we're not dealing with corrupt intervention, so there's no reason to really stealth out.
Yeah.
We were kind of, obviously you don't want to get, run out. Hey, come chase me. Flolaroy takes the Victor hit, but it looks like Raja is not yet committing to it. If we get a Victor hit pretty close to Charlotte, Blood Favor could really, really be a difference maker in this match. Pallet goes down. This is almost a carbon copy of what happened last match, except the hit came in after the shack went down. You get the Killer Instinct here, which means we know somebody's hanging out. We know there's a survivor hanging out. Our goal here, if you're Flolaroy, is continue to play your chase as effectively as possible and force the Victor down. Because you can force the Victor down, that's when these Wiglif plays can come into effect. By the way, I saw a bunch of luck offerings. I haven't seen... Did you see their builds? Are they running luck, or is that just what, do they just happen to do that?
I'm not entirely certain, actually, what the plan is here. Yeah, there comes the Victor down. Is that... No, they don't get the kick.
Oh
They don't get the
no.
kick. That's so unfortunate. They can't even get it because Victor speeds up towards the end of his cooldown.
This is
Oh,
really unfortunate.
that's rough. Blood Favor ran out, but that's so rough. No, they just Raza just needs to hook them,
Yep.
and
Yeah,
that's
and
it.
you can see March is down here at Shack. Okay, Flo Leroy got picked
Oh,
up,
Flo got picked. Okay.
but still, right? We
Yeah,
are
like
one hook away from the win,
yeah,
and
we
0
are.
gens are done. So
It is
oh, and
looking very dire, but it's just what's gonna happen here. Curious to see. They did find Flo here. Is anyone nearby though? Someone is nearby, but it's not enough. They make distance again.
that is crazy.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. That add-on there, I believe, is the spinning top. Sorry, I just wasn't quite sure about it. It makes them drop their
Oh.
items. It's like,
Oh.
yeah. I was wondering. Yeah. I was unfamiliar with that add-on because it's not one you see a whole lot.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, nice. The Ryob can't do anything there. Flo cannot be picked up because Victor's on their back, and that is going to be it. That is the second hook and second fresh for Team Astral.
That's a win for Team Astral. We're going to play it out, of course. We'll play out the match and see how well here. Raja is clearly doing significantly, having a significant effect here. Just both, nice sprint burst. Both of those downs. Oh, you know what? I think you're right about Shaq because look at that. Same thing happened there
Yeah.
in the last match, right? That slight elevation and Victor trips his little feet up on them. Yeah, I was going to say, sorry, I totally lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought when Victor stubbed his little toe. Yeah, sorry, Raja preventing them from kicking Victor both times, just not quite having that distance. It ended the game before it started here, unfortunately for the survivors.
Yeah, unfortunately so. Like, it is a shame that this happened, and now this is just a match waiting to be played out. Curious to see if we get to maybe see some spicy chases here. Well, Blood Favor's there to exist, even though it did just run out. We saw another survivor running around here as well. But I think they've actually left the area as well completely.
Still no gens done. Blood Favor is the only perk on the map. And, I mean, we have everybody injured. Ooh, did we miss? Oh my goodness, just barely missed.
Yeah. Raza expected a
Unfortunate.
dodge there.
That looked like max range. Couldn't quite get a fingernail on him. Everybody's injured, so there is some snowball potential if they continue to miss the kicks on Victor. Obviously, that last one did not miss. We're gonna get Victor here. The survivors, I would imagine this is looking like 4K2 territory, unless we get a crazy slug going on right now. Oh, never mind. I may have. That might be what happens.
Hold on. Yeah, no, it looks like it might happen. We do see a gen pop there. And
that was weird.
Unfortunately, this is a... Yeah, unfortunately, that's a very known problem with Victor. It's still quite problematic with him. That sometimes, after you finish the pounds, and even if you visually see that you're like on level with the ground again and you're not on any height, the game still considers that you're not.
Considers that you're on debris or something. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I had that happen in the. Yeah. Anyways, doesn't matter. So we did see 2 gens pop again. I think my 4K2 might be prophetic here. It seems like that might be the case. There is a 3 gen down by Shaq. Obviously, we're very far away from Shaq. Kind of funny since the chase has been down by main this whole time, that we have 3 gens down the other end of the map still.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get a nice hit there on Kisa. Just looking around, currently we have someone on hook. Flo is in a hook, my apologies for that. And, okay, well, Blood Favor is gone again, so this honestly could be a down, because, like, this pellet is one of those kind of, like, 50-50 things, just swings for it, but Kisa just knows and just predicts that they're going to do that. With the pallet drop, though, it's going to be a bit harder on this. When this pallet drops, it goes from, like, a 50-50 to a bit more killer favored. We have Ryob taking a hit there, though.
I love the competitive nature of both of these teams. The game's been over for a little while here, but that's fine. Real runs in, tanks the hit, stops the teammate from going down. Um, I really appreciate when teams will, keep fighting for the best possible result, even after the result is somewhat decided. Kiza does go down there, but we're seeing some resets come in here. This generator here has a ton of progress. Nice job there for March taking the endurance hit, and then we get a kick on Victor. So we're gonna have to go back to Charlotte for a minute here.
Yep, we do spot Flo running around here, who is also Deathhook, but decides to just pick up with Wiglif. And naturally, as is the case, Kiza is just taking a hit here, and like they're just running around with that endurance, which will be running out about now. So the hit should be coming in, and there's the down. So Wiglif bought some time, that's for sure. And we actually see a third gen pop there as well.
Good job. Yeah, I think that was body block, body block, and then I body blocked for too long and didn't make it to a resource. And remember, you can't, even with endurance, you can't vault that pallet there because you can get grabbed off of pallets, right? So
you can.
Wiglif again. It is just such a menacing perk in this matchup. It's so funny.
It absolutely is, and like it's been quite interesting to see like the amount of Wiglif plays that we've had on both of these twins matches is pretty insane. This will probably result in being a down here, unless we've got someone with Wiglif waiting right around the corner. We do have someone, but it's not quite enough. Ryob doesn't quite reach it, but misses with Victor.
That is 3 times now that they've missed like someone gets down with Victor and they miss the they miss the thing. So I don't know if that's just Raza could have like. There's a lot of momentum when it comes to the way where Victor lands. Like when you hit, I think Raza just has been exceptionally good on steer. Like the moment you can steer away from the survivor, they are, and the survivors are maybe being a little too conservative, staying just maybe a foot too far back, and not getting those kicks, and it really ended up costing them in this match. As things stand, looks like we're getting a kick. Where's that survivor? Are they on the hill there, or are they cranking the gen?
Oh, I'm not quite sure, actually. I didn't, not sure if I spotted anyone.
I thought there was one on the hill, but maybe I'm wrong. Doesn't matter.
Got a bit of a slugging situation going on here right now. Just Raza kind of just running around the map, looking for people. Does spot some people having just reset as well. Decides to just grab onto them, though. And Kiza also gets picked up from the ground.
Yeah, so we got 2 on the bottom side and 2 on the top side of the map. And you know what? I underestimated these survivors. I think they're going to get outs. I think as long as March doesn't go down soon, I think they're going to get outs. That's my one exception. If they go down to a 3v1, I don't think so. Is this enough? I don't think that's enough, right?
I think it is. I think it is. No, you commit to it. It's enough.
But now you can. Oh!
Wait. Oh!
Was that made for this? Was that made for this? Oh, by the way, Flo is on Deathhook as well. By the way, so.
Oh yeah, they are.
My exception includes anybody dying. Sorry, I said March, but yeah, either of them dying would be a problem.
But with this fact, they're going with Victor again, and look, someone's waiting right here. March is just waiting right there. March is Deathhooked as well, but they were not injured. And they were kind of just waiting there to see what would happen. In that situation, it doesn't matter if they were to be downed or hitting the healthy survivor, they get away.
Well, they got down to 1 generator left. So again, my mid-match prediction was wrong. They got the generators that they're going to get outs. Good on them. Really good on them. Obviously, it's so hard to even feel like playing on after you, you came in with such a again, don't quote me. They may or may not get outs, but we'll see. They come in with a near impossible win condition. They lose the match early on, lose the set early on, lose the match early on, and yet they fight back. They get all the generators done. The doors are open. We're going to see some survivors getting out the door. Nothing but respect for Team Reverie here. Unfortunately, it will be a little, not quite enough to beat Astral. So Astral will be progressing to the Cup final tomorrow against the winner of whoever wins our next matchup coming up after this. But really well played, both teams. Again, I want to give in the Twins, I want to give props to both Survivor teams. One had a really unfortunate restart. The other had a really unfortunate win condition. They both came out and put out a fantastic effort. Well played, both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Same from me. Congratulations to both teams. You all played really well today. Unfortunately, not quite enough for Team Reverie, and Astral did take the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Community Cup. It's no rules, it's all chaos, it's what everyone knows and we loves. And hey, Astral and Reverie put on a banger for us just now, so let's go over to Serene and Isolith to see if they can do the same thing. Valdez going to be opening things up for Isolith on the Ghoul right here with a pretty standard strong build, you know, for regression. Hey, you're fast as hell, why not make the gens go slow at the same time while you're at it? Quick spoiler alert about that slowdown. I think the killer's going to need it. There are a lot of hyper-focuses, a lot of stakeouts, and a lot of brand new parts. Obviously, you know, if Hayes is getting tagged up early, that's one player that can't do the generator, but everyone else might be trying to cyberbully Valdez a little bit. I am joined, of course, by the grandfather of DBD League himself, Mr. Wolf. Is that how I should address you from now on?
The almighty grandfather, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in to the second Community Cup. Good to see you all. We have the Ghoul on the Suffocation Pit, a very oppressive killer to start off a best of 5, but Hayes doesn't seem to be too impressed by the killer's power, handling it very well here, wasting a lot of time and chaining these pallets together. A little bit of mind gaming. We're gonna vault over the pallet, but Hayes does manage to get behind the killer here, and we see 3 individual generators being worked on. Absolute wonderful pressure here by Serene, and that means the killer realizes that as well, heading back towards the main building, trying to stop the progress on these objectives. I would say so far that is a pretty strong early game for our Survivor team.
And Valdez might be a little upset at some of the progress of these generators. Normally, on Ghoul, it's always good to kind of, against any strong kill, you can double up the first generator, just get something on the board and stop yourself getting interrupted. But when you see 4 toolboxes, all with brand new parts and wire spools, you know, that's not something that Valdez knows about necessarily. But maybe it's something which he's clocking onto and figuring out as time goes on. Now it's MXI that's going to be taking the chase over by Shack's side. But again, this means that the entire top portion of the map is free pickings for the rest of the survivors. You know that gen progress is going to fly. But also, in fairness, it has been 2 very good chases from the survivors. Hayes earlier was able to go on for so long it forced Valdez to drop chase, not something that you see often on the Ghoul. And now MXI also doing a really good job at Shack. This is a killer that gets, you know, efficiently fast downs, and there's been some juking and some nice little movement text from these survivors to try and avoid that as much as possible. Valdez this time going to get the distance and barely get the grab onto the pallet, but that's about like a 3-minute first down, which is uncharacteristically slow for a Ghoul.
Yeah, that is an extremely long time. The remaining team in the VC probably getting a little bit worried, seeing the Ghoul struggling a little bit here. So hopefully we'll see an adjustment soon. Maybe a few injuries chained into some slugs together, snowballing, as we would say in the community when pressure is chained together here. But yeah, Hayes now with the deep wound as well, chasing into the corner though. That is potentially a time waste once more. Aldis trying to wait if he can catch the survivor, but we're just gonna circle around here. In the meanwhile, we do see the rescue from the hook. Edge map Andy going down right here. Freeze with another half of a generator though. We definitely need to speed up our Ghoul game, if you're asking me. We might even need to attempt some sort of slug. The problem is with this rule set, the strong builds, the strong items, it will be really difficult to achieve that.
I've always said that whenever there's a no-rule set, you know, quite paradoxically calling it a rule set at that point, but the survivors are always going to have an edge over the killer. Yes, there are some exceptions, but the broad rule is that, you know, the killers, I mean, this is kind of just a good Carnegie build. There's nothing here which is particularly problematic by comp standards. It's just 4 slowdowns, and the survivors in the meanwhile, they're bringing all of the all of the gen perks, all of the items, you know, not focusing on individual chase perks. So you would think, at the very least, that maybe the Survivor's chases aren't great. But no, they are fantastic. And also MXI is taking the chase over on the top side of the map. The only potential hope for Valdez, aside from whiffing that on that pallet there, is that, you know, you can maybe hold a bottom side, a shack side 3-gen. But that's just not going to be the case anymore. Rats completes one of those bottom generators. Now there's no 3-gen to think of, and a Survivor speedrun is imminent.
And Hayes continues, drops the pallet. And yeah, we circle again. We do see a little bit of support coming in. Hopefully the killer will not freeze with all this pressure going on around it. But we should also not hesitant. We should not be hesitant with the mind games when we are now going down here. And there's the final generator actor. We might see a ghoul getting absolutely, yeah, outplayed, I would say.
Is this going to be, what, like 5 stages on Ghoul? If that? 4 even, depending on whether Freeze goes all the way, right? This is, I mean, this is the power of gen rushing. Now, it is something that can backfire, of course. You know, you don't have recovery perks, you don't have any second chance perks, so provided the killer can get, say, an early tunnel out, take advantage of the fact that survivors don't really have chase perks. That's something that works, but here it just doesn't. And what's even weirder is I think the survivors want to save this. It doesn't look like they're content to let Freeze just, you know, go over to the next round. So Valdez has to make some interesting decisions here. How far away from the hook do you go? You actually go all the way away from the hook, and then you don't even injure Rats. So are you going to be able to catch up to interrupt the unhook? Yes, you are, which does scare Rats off a bit. We know that Rats in his night owl days was liable to throwing in unhook situations on occasion. No shade, love you, my guy. So now we're interested to see if the survivors just cut their losses now and get out, or they're still going for unhook onto Freeze.
And we go back towards the hook, expecting that a survivor is about to pull, and we are absolutely right with that read. That's going to be Freeze here with the deep wound. Are they able to make it towards the bottom side against the ghoul with this mobility? Obviously really difficult, but MXI is in. Will we see a successful attempt of getting out here? That was too far away to swing. Killer forcing the survivors out of the exit gate. You want as little as possible team members around you while trying to put pressure on them. Checking on the other exit gate as well, as it will be an advantage that the exit gates are both on the bottom side. That if Freeze once again doesn't even use the pallet. What a confidence here, Egdar.
They've healed up Rats as well, who's actually, I believe, gone over to the other exit gate just to try and get something. No, Rat's here to try and take a hit, but it has backfired. Freeze not really able to make a better position out of it. Now is going to make a break over towards the gate, but you're getting intercepted the whole way. You know that endgame collapse time is ticking down slowly but surely. How many times can you heal up Rats to take hits, guys? No, they are just going to be leaving, and eventually, yeah, Freeze. I mean, it was brave, you know. There are some killers that you can go for those two-man saves against. There are some where it just doesn't work, and Ghoul's ability to injure people at an alarming rate, similar to, I don't know, trying to drink a smoothie made of thumbtacks, is gonna make it rather difficult to do so. But hey, you have to respect the attempt, and when all said and done, I believe that was only 5 stages accrued for our killer, which is, again, not really
behind the scenes talk after this trial, and we do see already Lethal coming out. Perfect perk, if you're asking me. For the ghoul, you instantly know where everyone is, you instantly know where to find your first victim, and we do have something very, very cheeky down there with the Haunted Grounds protected. This is actually evil.
Oh, this is a psychotic hex build, yeah. The lethal, I mean, there's nothing that, generally with lethal, you can run other aura revealing add-ons. In this case, it's just the lethal by its lonesome, right? This is like a crazy, deadly chase build. You give up any hope of gen regression to make these chases last as, you know, little time as possible to finish them effectively and efficiently. Blood Favor to block pallets. the purple add-on, the centipede, which is going to block windows when you vault through them as well, and Yamori's mask, which is actually no, I got it confused with the iridescent iPad. This one isn't for chase, but it is going to be revealing survivor auras from a distance away. And then yeah, the obvious in the room, you have 2 add-ons which can just immediately kill the survivors, and because Blood Favor is in the mix, and because it's such an effective perk on Ghoul especially, the ease at which he can injure people, like the survivors are forced to cleanse something, you know? Either they have to play with no pallets for the game, or they have to play dying the whole game. Neither of which is a particularly fun task, dare I say. But they are able to pop 2 gens on the top side of the map for it. These survivor builds, they haven't gone as hard for generators as we saw earlier, but what they do have is a little bit of luck on their side. Whole lot of luck offerings when we came in, plus some slippery meats and up the antes as well. Essentially, yeah, not having to get anyone to unhook you the first time round is going to be massive, especially if you can continue to delay that first down for as long as possible. But, ooh, would you look at this? Haunted Ground's now active, but there is only 1 uninjured survivor, so we'll see exactly how much value this Haunted's going to get. And they got rid of Blood Favor for it as well.
Yeah, that was my worry a little bit, right? I really like this combination to say I really want to protect my hex. And how do I do it? Do I bring the classic thrill of the hunt? That is one way to protect your hex totem. Or do I try to make it an aggressive playstyle, especially with a killer like this? So the Haunted is definitely a very interesting perk, especially because we don't see it throughout normal tournaments, because it has this RNG factor that we do not like in DBDL. But with the Ghoul and the tendency to injure and deep wound so many survivors, I think it was at least a realistic risk that the survivors decide to stay injured and go through the generators in the injured state. It is good though that we do catch Simi here at the end of Haunted Ground, so we do get at least a little bit of value here. Next hook stage coming out, that is going to be hook stage number 3. So basically we are halftime on our 6 stages. Theoretically, we could get Brokeman or Lepvi, camp them to death, and then have the win condition secured. So they better speed up on the generators here.
Yeah, that they do. 5 stages for a tie, 6 for a victory is exactly what we're looking at. And Arushi not quite catching on to Albatross. That would be a tunnel out and would be absolutely disastrous for the survivors. I mean, people are coming to take hits. It's not bad, but everyone is still injured. So, you know, you may not give up the losing hook stage, but you still go over a hook stage, which is pretty disastrous in general. Albatross still doing a fantastic job playing around this pallet here, but eventually runs a little too far for it. Arushi's made enough distance by this point. Dead on the pallet, though. Any save is going to be tricky on account of the fact that all the survivors are injured, but that doesn't make it completely impossible. Well, we're going to have one survivor uninjured, Brokeman, comically plot twisting as per usual. I think even more than Pebble, plot twist is the funniest perk in DBD, no questions asked. No generator bullied out by the survivors in the meantime, but now they're in a 3v1 situation. And remember, Arushi doesn't need to get a ton more than this. Lepvi or Brokeman can just die, and that would be fine here. And Arushi just really isn't bothered.
Yeah, Arushi, especially now, right, with getting a survivor out of the trial, you're now playing the 3v1 on Suffocation Pit, a map where the comp players are basically home. They would call this their living room, probably. So you feel really good here, and now you also found a survivor that has all 3 stages to give. So you could even commit to this survivor because you would have a good reason to say, I can definitely down that survivor before the exit gates are good to go here. Let's take a quick look here. Simi hiding behind the shack. Lepvi heading back towards the midsection, but being careful, not Brokeman as well here. So team conference a little bit for Izalith next to the shack. They need to find a good adjustment now. They need to basically split the generators to increase the pressure for the killer here. However, we are basically operating in 50% of the Suffocation Pit, and with this mobility, it is going to require a ton of perfect communication.
Perfect doesn't even begin to describe it. And, you know, all of your self-unhook parts aren't really worth anything now. But, like, again, like, if you can unhook in the killer's face, you won't buy yourself particularly much longer than that. In the meantime, the survivors are having decent chases against a call. I think it's not so much that the Isleth survivors are underperforming, it's more so the Serene survivors just overperformed in their last set, and you are seeing the fruits of that now. Eventually, Brokeman going to be taken down. The first hook is a guarantee. Maybe the slippery meat up the ante will allow you to remove yourself from that hook one time. But then again, a tunnel out, these gens don't seem particularly progress, if at all progress. And we found another survivor who is now immediately injured up, actively in chase, doesn't have a hope in hell of surviving.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you said there about the survivor performance of Serene in the previous set, right? Because we said exactly that. Will we see a dominant survivor team again? Or will we find out that Serene was basically overperforming? And I feel like what we see right now, this looks like the Ghoul we are used to, right? Like, this could be any other event when you put on the Ghoul and you say, okay, what do we usually expect? 4K1 is even possible here. That feels like we're back home in the comp setting here. So Serene's yeah, Serene Survivor absolutely on point here, and we do have our 6 stages. So that actually means that Serene is already taking it.
May I ask, Dyer, how many stages would it be if Arushi got one more stage?
And it would be 6, 7 stages. Thank you for throwing me my favorite joke. I appreciate that.
I'm quitting this organization so quickly. Arushi has done a good enough job, is going to be securing more hook stages. The 4K looks very likely right now. Plus, note that the Shack side of this map, there is the 3-gen. That's something that Isleth were able to deny earlier, but not going to be the case right now. And actually slugging out just to secure even more stages. You know, it's one thing to beat your opponent. It's one thing to, you know, stab your opponent with a plank of wood as well. So it's not going to be quite so easy for Zimmy to survive longer. But whether survivors complete this final generator or not, even though it seems unlikely, is sort of totally irrelevant to what we're talking about. At this point, you're scrimming. At this point, you're thinking, we've lost, but let's try and practice, you know, get in our 1v1s. Because again, the survivors, they've not played badly. They're just up against a really good killer in a really harsh rule set with a very tough win con to achieve.
And I really like how our survivors are really fighting here for that last generator, because we often touch on it in DBDL when it comes to the effect, especially from the first few trials for the rest of the game here. But for Serene coming in, playing a great survivor team, their killer looking strong, it is going to set a really good confidence for the rest of these sets. So for Isolate, it would be really good if we can get at least this final generator out of the way to send a signal like, you cannot dominate us, you cannot play your 3-gen against us, you are not as strong as you think. I think it would be an important signal for them, maybe even taking it out here. However, with the next survivor, yeah, no, okay, we might have an unbreak, no. Well, don't mind me and my talk about morale then, because this morale is gonna get a little crack here at the beginning, because Urushi is about to 4K1, a fantastic result.
Yeah, arguably expected on the Ghoul, but again, you're against survivors, and I guess if I needed to be, if I'm going to be critical of the survivors, because I mean, this is me we're talking about, of course I will be. I like the idea, at least, and I'd be glad to be proven wrong in the future. But I like the idea that if you're going for like a ruleless survivor kit, that you try and specialize all your survivors in one thing. That's what we saw earlier from the Serene survivors. They all went Gen Rush, right? And now, yes, it can backfire if your chases aren't good, but, you know, every gen was done. Here, it seems like the builds are a little bit hybrid from the survivors. Obviously, they have the brand new parts wire spools. Okay, awesome. But then they also have some luck stuff and self-unhook stuff instead of bringing things like the hyper focus, like the bardic inspiration, like the stakeouts, everything to make those gens even more oppressive, right? I feel like if you're going to specialize in a strength of build, then you go all the way for it. It's like Bruce Lee said that time, fear not the man who's practiced 1,000 kicks, but the man that practiced one kick 1,000 times. Now, is that related to Dead by Daylight? Arguably not. I could just be yapping. But you see the idea that I'm going for. Specialize your builds as much as humanly possible, just so you're really, really good at doing one thing that helps you win the entire game.
And the best thing about the Community Cups, ladies and gentlemen, especially the ones without rules, is that we always see a Mori either throughout the game or as a great finisher. That is a very clear updates on the land soon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we'll share them when we have news. So Rushi again, this time in a wolf/bat form, because we are going back to Halloween times and bringing out the Dark Lord. What an exciting set because of no balancing. I'm actually so interested how the survivors counter when they have everything available.
To get on top of this before we lock into the game, I believe this is the 3rd time we've been asked, what are our favorite colors? Mine is red. What is yours, Dyer?
Dark blue.
Wonderful.
Let's go.
Okay, on with the proceedings. So Arushi so far hasn't found anyone yet. In terms of build, we're looking at a similar idea. I think this is just what kind of what Izalith want to go for on their, or I should say Serene want to go for on their killer side, with these strong hexes, with the Haunted Ground. Again, a Haunted Ground can be interesting. Not all of your hits on Dark Lord are going to come from regular M1s, but at least having the threat to be able to do that is helpful, and it can keep your blood favor up longer as The timing! No way! No way! How better can you time that? That was the second the lunge came out. Brother, what can you do about that? Zimmy is screaming at his keyboard right now.
Especially because we just had Haunted Ground, right? It's not like it's a complete out of nowhere. Oh my god, yeah, Haunted Ground is allowed. The killer just had Haunted Ground in the previous trial, so it was fair to expect that he would bring it again. This is a little bit of a fumble. Sorry for calling it like that. But when the killer just showed you Haunted Ground, you should not pop that in your teammate's back. That is a very unfortunate start.
My grounds are so haunted. There's so many ghosts that I feel possessed. I have never had grounds which were more haunted than this before. And now we just have another fresh hook onto Ledfy. Arushi's already won this game. I know that's a premature thing to say, but it just completely is. This is the plan. It went exactly how Arushi played up in his head, or at least in his dreams, because, like, yeah, this is the kind of start that you can only dream of. Broke Man getting injured up, and also going to be followed up as well. Good pounces. Arushi is no slouch. I think I've seen this guy play Dark Lord before. No slouch on it. Even in a standard rule set where you just have to play your chases as regular as possible. But, you know, it also helps when you can just dunk on the survivors completely. You even manage to intercept the most completed gen. You aim your Hellfire straight down the middle to kind of predict the movement from the survivor, cover as much ground as you can. And Blood Favor's still out, so this is an unplayable palette for the survivor who's just hoping that it went off in time. But no, Albatross going to be taken out to sea and dealt with. And finally, they're able to complete that generator. So at least we have something on the board for Izalith, but it's still not great. 3 fresh hooks for 1 generator completed. If there's any advantage the survivors have, Arushi isn't really going for an aggressive tunnel out. Granted, this does make sense. If you have the ability to deal with exposed survivors, why not? Also, Grim Embrace on your side. You know, all 4 fresh hooks will continue to contribute to your passive slowdown. But yeah, I mean, if Zimmy presents themselves to target and you get such a nice hit, you know, why look a gift horse in the mouth like that?
Absolutely, and 90% of this early game was recovering from Urushi's attacks and unfortunately recovering from the mistake to cleanse that Haunted Ground in the teammate's back. But we are on the unhooking / picking up from the ground / reset streak at the moment. We have Simi with the second hook stage as well. So we have a potential tunnel out coming in with 4 generators still standing. If the team would be interviewed, they would probably say, "We are so broke, man," as they also have it in their game attack, but it is really not looking good. And The survivor I just mentioned is also in chase now. That is the one survivor that has not been hooked yet. So it would grant a little bit of hang time. It would make sure that we have a little bit of a recovery opportunity. Orochi here with the mind game around the window. Gonna block just that and then going back towards one of our... Yeah, that's Brokeman again. Injured survivor already. So this has a chance here. Longer hang time on that survivor. But they really need to use it on the generators.
Yeah, and now it's better than nothing for the survivors. They don't have another gen done. They have a couple of healthy survivors. Brokeman's having a pretty good chase, and they've been able to reset their dead on hook survivor Zimmy as well. Given how atrocious things were in the first minute of this game, the next middle portion has been a bit more successful. They're still quite far away from getting into the late game, though, with all of these generators still left to pop. Maybe another one gone as well. Now we're looking at the potential of any topside 3 gens. Main building is still up, along with some others around this. And Arushi, that was a hell of a flick. It didn't even look like it was looking in Albatross's direction when the Hellfire came out, but it was good enough regardless. And actually looking, I mean, yeah, we have a gen... We have a gen mid-map, we have main building, and then we have a few kind of in the corner of about 1 and 2. So this is really actually a kind of disastrous gen split for the survivors. I'm not fully sure how they'll be able to pressure all of these out, but you know, they are all healthy. They just have to be really careful of Zimmy. And be careful that Zimmy isn't found and 2-tapped, which is always a potential against Dracula, one of our stronger chasers in the game. Oh, who just got found? Zimmy. It's like I cursed it into existence.
Nonetheless, though, I think the recent chase that we have seen was really a point to recover for the survivor team here. They did really, really well. I'm wondering if Orochi maybe got a little bit too greedy after the early game went so perfectly, after going going after the survivor that had no hooks yet, while a potential tunnel out was running around in the trial, was certainly an interesting decision. But we do get the tunnel out right here because Simi is unfortunately vaulting into the killer, and therefore we're gonna have him thrown onto the hook here. They also got the generator furthest to the shack completed, which means that we have somewhat a triangle 3 gen here on the top right side of the coal tower. That might be difficult to address with only 3 survivors, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really see a world in which this 3 gen gets broken, at least not with someone falling for it. I'm of the opinion that no matter how harsh the 3 gen is, the best survivor teams will be able to break a 4v1 3 gen. Even if they are literally all in the exact same spot, you can cycle in the players efficiently enough, be patient enough with the regression events. The only advantage that you have is that you have a main building gen. The problem is that in regular games, when you go to Coal Tower, in regular comp matches, you assign your bounce landing player to it. And so if this were a regular 3 gen situation, that you would have that safety. But you kind of don't here, because you're bringing exhaustion perks, which are, in effect, yes, they are better than balance landing, and they do help on the other gens if you have, say, sprint burst or something along those lines. But, apologies. But you aren't much safer from the main building than you otherwise would be. I am also interested in Arushi's add-ons, as well, the bog standard teleport range and block the windows add-ons. I kind of want to see the Eerie Ring. Why not have your flame attack home in on survivors and just make that a guaranteed hit? Like, Brokeman would have been hit here, you know what I mean? It's a little bit of a missed opportunity. And now Brokeman doing a decent job in this chase. Unfortunately not able to get over to that pallet in time, but is taking the chase in a really good spot over by Shaq, away from all the progressing gens. Also, Fern, shut up. You would get no hook stages if you were playing this game. I hate to break it to you, but it would not happen.
Fern with 6k7, you guys. Brokeman finally going onto the hook here. That was something Orochi was aiming for earlier in this trial already. You have 2 minutes of hang time on that survivor, and never mind, Brokeman just saying goodbye to the hook and hopping immediately back onto the generators here. Lepi needs to show us a good chase now in the mid game here. There's a lot of responsibility. You need to basically get some... Yeah, basically you need to get some time now for your survivor team, so they have the opportunity to work on these generators, and staying healthy on that vault here is really, really important. Rushi still committing to this Survivor, which is an interesting choice. We see Brockman coming over. Albatross working on a generator over here. Rushi now switching over to Albatross. So we will be in the next chase injuring another Survivor. That forces them potentially to go back towards the shack and go for a reset. But Urushi is confident to get the down here.
Yeah, what is that dog doing is the question which we have yet to see. Not downing the Survivor, that briefly answers the question. Huh. Hang on a minute. You just ran right into the killer, which is certainly far from ideal. If only Albatross had watched the check spot guide on the DBD League YouTube channel, commentated by starcaster Egdar and Dir3wolf, then they wouldn't have fallen for a situation like that. Make sure to watch the check spot guide, everyone. I have no reason to be plugging that. I had nothing to do with that project. But point is, not a great play from Albatross. Does mean that there is now a 2k on the board, and if you couldn't break the 3-gen as 3 survivors, you sure as hell ain't breaking it as 2 either. Right now, we're just looking at Brokeman to perform miracles to allow Lebvi to, make something, at least maybe complete the final generator, just for some good measure.
Nice attempt with the Hellfire there, expecting that the Survivor would dodge it, almost getting it just a few centimeters off. But it was really important that we stay on our feet there. Lebvi working on this generator again, consistently trying to get the pressure in. How long can we go for a run? Kind of running into the injured Survivor. Pathway of the Survivors here crossing, unfortunately, but Urushi not quick enough in punishing that. Therefore, going back towards the generators here on the top side, forcing the regression. This one is actually quite far. Urushi needs to go for a pretty good calculation. How much time can I spend in the chase until I down the next Survivor? And when do I have to return to the top side in order to defend these generators? That will be an extremely difficult calculation now. And do we catch the reset? The answer is yes, but a little bit too late after both survivors are back to healthy. So that's the little W for our survivor team here.
A little bit, yeah, but now Urushi has the rough approximation of 2 locations of the survivors. Now it's a divide and conquer play. You saw that Brokeman and Lebvi moved away from each other. You know that Lebvi is injured and now stuck on that bottom side of the map. So all you have to do is find Brokeman, and there are scratch marks around here. Brokeman just proving to be a bit too elusive, and, that third-person peek is not quite working out. Brokeman really is living in a horror game right now. But, with that amount of vision, it should really only be a matter of time before Brokeman is found. But it actually seems to have been able to completely elude the killer, which is fair enough. Eventually, Batform going to be used on this tile. Urushi is looking so hard because you find Brokeman, and there you are. And remember, you already cut off Lebvi from any source of healing. You can commit relatively safely to Brokeman here and feel pretty confident. There's no resets going to come out, but it's actually the main building gen that gets done. Now, Urushi, I mean, you're going to have a good result regardless, but, the 4K was promised to you. This is what you were thinking from the first, 5 seconds of the matchup, the moment that Haunted Ground play went off. So even if the survivors get any outs here, that would feel like a bit of a loss for Urushi.
Absolutely, it would definitely feel like a loss, and I do think the critical moment of this trial was when we had Simi very early as a tunnel out, and we could have removed this survivor with 4 generators still standing. 9th DH. This basically secured that Brokeman gets out now, because we are wasting more time. Wonderful play by Lebvi here, signing up for the MVP. He will get out, so Lebvi might be able to make it all the way to the top. Maybe the hatch even spawns along the way. We'll see about that. Hatch would matter now, as the survivors have repaired all the generators.
It's also not locked in. Normally the spawn is locked to shack, but not going to be the case. No, the dog hits his head! Please, someone call the Animal Protective Services. We can't be seeing things like this happening. Eventually, it's got to be the regular Dracula, the man, the myth, the legend himself, that does it and secures that Mori. But yeah, the fact that any outs were obtained there was...
Yeah, it's a loss.
Damn good. Yeah, it's a damn good recovery.
Yeah, and back to my thought there that I kind of lost because of the E presser there on the edge map. But yeah, we had the opportunity, which is why I love Plague on the competitive stage. I understand everyone though who says they don't like her in the normal matches because you obviously bring a lot of perks and then they don't work because you're constantly broken. I can even understand people that say it's just annoying when you vomit and cough all the time in terms of the sound. So I really get it from that perspective, but on the comp stage, I think she's absolutely phenomenal. Valdez on MX as our first chase right here. We see Serene Survivors immediately hopping on multiple generators, and Hayes does get the pallet stun off, so we don't get an injury early here. Unfortunate for our Dark Lord.
Oh. Yeah, Valdez running a general full slowdown build. It seems that we have the kind of idea between the killers that we have playing. You know, Serene's killers would like to go for... Yeah, so Serene's killers will go for these kind of, I guess, wackier Hex builds and try and get bigger chases and faster downs, whereas Izalith are just kind of sticking to their guns with the slowdown. Again, that only really works if you're able to secure these stages. Right now, Rat's putting on a bit of a clinic, proving to outpace the dog. Is trapped a bit in the corner, so is likely going to be eating an M1. But, you know, this is still a fantastic spot to take the chase. Top side of the map being actively worked on. Maybe in the late game, it can be a struggle. There aren't nearly as many resources near Shack than there are on the top side of the map. But it doesn't really seem like Rats is using a ton of them regardless. And, you know, these gens are popping fast. And even then, Rats is prioritizing just going back to the Shack, going further from gens progressing, even at the sacrifice of safety. But even safety isn't proving to be too much of a problem here. 3 gens? Okay, dude,
Crazy.
This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a 180 flip of the previous trial. The early game was a complete disaster. Then the Survivor team recovered, so maybe we'll see a very strong early game now. And then in a few seconds, Rats decides to pull the plug on his PC and leaving his team behind. We'll see. But so far, Serene is setting up for a second dominant performance, and Rats is absolutely on the point. And together with that, since he's already playing so great, a shout out to Rats as well, because Rats is actually a long time staff member of DBD League, grinding years of time into this organization, organizing events, planning events, executing them, writing rules, doing balancing, and so on. Rats is a long time in DBD League. In fact, Rats and I joined on the same day in the past. That's an interesting side fact. Obviously, Rats had to give us all his staff roles in the Discord, so he doesn't have an advantage here, but good to see him performing. We are proud. W Rats.
W Rats indeed. So, if you joined at the same time, did you have to do like a duel to the death for like who got the commissioner role?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. And Rats is now dead because you won, and so this isn't even Rats
I
playing.
revived
This is
him
just like
afterwards.
it's like his disembodied spirit that just really enjoys Dead by Daylight. It's not particularly vengeful. Neither is Valdez, though. Might be a bit mad at Rats for juking him on that one. Eventually able to mind game and get the grab, but it's only going to be a second stage onto Rats, and you can see MXI is cranking out that final generator. We only just got a pain res, so Rats' first wasn't even a pain res, and it didn't even affect anything, unless Rats' first was a pain res and I missed it, but it does not stop the final gen being completed in any event. So we're still looking incredibly strong from Serene. They are just speed running these Survivor sets, even when they have a bit of an underperformance, and I call 10 stages an underperformance because that's the standard we're holding ourselves to, I guess, on Killer. It doesn't matter because they just pick it up so much on the Survivor side.
Yeah, now is the question, can you make an endgame speed run and collect a lot of stages? We have 3 at the moment. We would need at least 10, and we need 10 on 4 individual survivors. Otherwise... Oh, okay, never mind. Just looked like a little lag. Hayes going to use the eye loop here, very valuable resource. Meanwhile, the next survivor already attempting to go for the exit gates here. So we have a lot of traffic around the killer. Basically, whenever... Oh, no, unfortunately, the hook is in the way into the pallet
Could
stun.
we stop bullying the dog?
Reds using every available resource, and if it's only as small as the hook, they're very, very well done by Reds, making sure that he stays on the feed. We see the protection coming in for Hayes. Reds again shining as a teammate. Freeze and MX in the exit gate as well, and that means we're finishing this with 3 stages Dark Lord compared to 10 stages in the previous. Thank you to everyone who voted and supported, and I'm obviously glad you enjoy it and you enjoy the games with us. It feels great, but unreal as well at the same time. I don't know. But yeah, thank you to everyone, and thank you for the glaze actor.
You're so welcome. That's my job.
We cannot even finish a little side story from the break, and already MX is going down to Valdez here. It seems like Isolith is now saying, well, we lost 2 sets, but now it's time to show Serene where the limits are, and immediately downing the survivor.
Crashwade's had an interesting fall off, and like on release, she was busted. She was so busted. She was, I would argue, on release, she was in the not better than Nurse or Blight, but in that S+ category of killer, which is reserved for Nurse and Blight, right? And then obviously they changed things. They made some big changes to her movement speeds and her flights, but also the biggest change is you're not now permanently infected when you're pulled off hook, so you can't be tunneled out quite as easily. You see right there, MX taken out. But people forget, Crashway's still really good, especially when you bring along the chicken head, the Eerie add-on, which means that everyone starts the trial infected. And it's like, well, yeah, you can kind of just die. Now, Rats is doing a good job of spacing things out, but I don't think it's going to be long for this world. You know, you have such an advantage with the camera peak. This is already, again, we're being so nice to the DBDL people today. But like already, Rats is doing far better than anyone should against the Crashaway. A regular player, like this is a slow chase by Crashaway standards, and that's insane. On 1 pallet as well, so it's definitely efficient with the resources. But yeah, Crashaway just kind of still does everything. Does it really, really well.
Yeah, it seems like the survivors kind of got back on their feet, I would say. We have 2 generators with a good amount of progress here. Painless, unfortunately, is going to affect Hayes a little bit there with the setback, but I think it's good news for the survivors that we do not have the tunnel out scenario, because Crashaway, with how strong she still is, especially with that add-on, you could already have MX on the second hook if the killer really wanted to enforce that. So the fact that Serene was able to split the hooks here across the team, I think, is a little bit of a potential for a good mid game.
Yeah, often against the strongest survivors, it's just a case of localizing as much as possible. You know that you're not going to have fantastic chases, so sorry, just try and make those chases, have them in good locations, and you know, make sure that you don't try and use up too many resources when you do. It's just a matter of make sure that you're careful of where you die. And actually, very cheeky stun onto the headlong flight there. One of the few abilities that you're really going to have to make distance against Crashway, because again, 5 seconds later, it just dashes over to you. Again, Valdez hasn't had a fantastic time utilizing this intestinal whip thus far. That was so strong for a long time. The fact that it completely ignored obstructions and you could just slide off of any collision you wanted to get hits around pallets and any kind of obstruction. But now, you know, Valdez does have to be a little more careful. If it's a strangely slanted rock or a tire, it's not quite as free to slide over those and get your free hits, as Freeze is proving right here. And it's actually MX who appears to be taking the chase now anyway.
Yeah, and we need the next hook stage coming in, because the tone and the speed we set in the early game when we loaded in here and had MX quicker down as we could have finished our break talk that is completely gone. These survivors are protecting each other, they are dodging, they are winning the mind games, and Hayes is about to finish generator number 4. Our killer is falling a little bit off.
Yeah, and altruism is one of your few reliefs against a Crasray, but it's working out really well. Remember that in order to be injured by headform, you need to be fully infected, or leeched, so to speak. If you can get an uninfected survivor just in the way of that, then it's going to be a problem. MX does have a problem with immediately going down. Valdez has an even bigger problem. It's called the generators, and they've all been bullied out by the survivors in the background. Despite strong perks, despite these also quite strong add-ons as well. The chicken head, as we mentioned, the Queen's Scepter, meaning that every time that you hit a survivor with your intestinal whip, a leeching gland will shoot out to try and counter some of that altruism, just kind of infecting more survivors as you go along. But, you know, any outs against a Crasaway is strong, right? Let alone, like, 8 stages worth of outs.
Yeah, any out is already a reason to celebrate. We would now achieve 4 stages if these survivors are able to get out of the trial, and that's already the fact. Yeah, for all of them. 4 stages, Egdar. 4. After the first down came in, after what, 16? 10 plus 6, 7 seconds?
I don't even know what to say to that. It's really not. It's not what you want. It's not what you want, is it? to put it bluntly. Luffy
slowly getting used to the new killer. It will be really, really interesting, and it feels one of the better PTBs in a long time. From all the design and the choices and so on, it looks really, really promising, I think. So Behavior did a very amazing job with that one. So Urushi has it in his hands to go for the 3-0 here, basically. We could make it happen. All we need is 4 stages on 3 survivors or 5 stages overall. And then we have sealed the deal. Sounds good, right? Especially with the down.
I mean, yeah. There's only so much that you can really do. We actually see a media pickup for the people play comes out. Again, it's the altruism more than anything that you need to rely upon. You know, if you can delay infection as long as possible, it certainly helps. But like, I say this like it matters so much. Apologies, still feeling a little sick, but it's not like you really struggle to infect people on Crasray, right? It's not like Plague where you have to fight for a full infection meter. No, generally you just kind of spit once or twice in the general direction of the survivor, and it's fine, right? Brugman is having a pretty decent time out of his power, but eventually goes down. We're able to bully out a single generator for it, but Urushi, now there's no second chances. No one else is coming to save you, Brugman, so nothing prevents this hook, nothing prevents the pain res as well, which could be a problem, but no, Zimmy able to put their gen just in time, so honestly, I'd be surprised if any regression happens on account of that one. But yeah, the survivors, again, they have such a tough win condition. We need to see exactly how they can adapt to this. You know, even this one hook, which is still relatively slow by Crasray standards, it's just too much.
And once more, we spot an injured survivor here. That is Valdez, hit by the power. So we switch over to the head form. Let's see. Can we win the mind game? No double vault as expected. We do have the patience, but unfortunately still able to reach around the corner here. That's going to be the next down. Halftime on the win condition, you could say. Second hook coming in. You have an injury on Brokeman as well. And Lepvi joining back on a generator in the distance. Going for the reset as well. So it doesn't look too progressed on the generator department. We're basically starting 2 new generators now where we have halftime on the win condition. We hopefully get a longer mid-game chase.
Yeah, that's all that you can really hope for. But we're not talking longer mid-game chase. We're talking like match-defining, aura-defining, you know, my bloodline will cry over this level of chase, and an early injury onto Ledvi it kind of suggests that that's not what we're going to see in the slightest. At least Valdez is taken off the hook, but could be going back onto it as quickly as possible. Ledvi gets fully injured up, so now is susceptible to the head form as well, and these lunges, fortunately, again, not having tons of range to them like they may have once done, but Arushi still utilizing the third-person camera peek, and Valdez tried to come through in time, is able to get that pickup, but again, it's not like Valdez is, exactly a spring chicken. It's not like they're completely healthy, and now they're injured. Now we have, oh damn, 2 survivors who could both explode on impact, and Valdez, unfortunately, has nothing to work with, unless there's another for the people. Wouldn't even work because Valdez is broken, but, why don't we just stack all of the for the peoples at the same time? Third hook stage accrued, only 2 fresh for now, but things are not looking fantastic for the survivors.
Simi going to be the next one in chase, and this is the chance to go for that match-changing chase that you just mentioned. It is also basically the final chance, right? Because that would be hook stage number 4, and unfortunately not able to. Yeah, and that basically means if we do get this survivor onto the hook, flashlight saves. Anyone opposed?
Firecracker, last minute
No
Sabo,
one?
divine
Well,
intervention, God himself. Nah.
Then,
Okay.
unfortunately, this means that Serene wins this second semi-final of the Community Cup with no rules and will play tomorrow in the finals. You can already prepare for this. A best of 7 without any rules, with wild strategies, wild combinations, and no restrictions. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time, we are gonna have the final between Serene and the almighty...
Arushi, where you going, bro? I'm sorry, where you going, my man?
Yeah, the almighty reverie from earlier. So it's going to be more than exciting tomorrow. And now I'm interested to see if these survivors are fighting back enough to get some outs, or if we will actually see a 4K coming out here.
I don't think Arushi's fighting particularly hard as he takes a little tour around the map. Can I just... I mean, we get the injury anyway, which is fair enough. I mean, Crasway is still... I saw something online about how sad the unknown must feel with, like, the cooldown on the UVX, watching Crasway and, like, even Vecna being able to shoot out projectiles, like, every 3 seconds. And then Unknown is stuck there, like... I missed my one shot and the survivors got rid of their weakened. I can't do anything about it. But it's still insane. This is still an insane killer. Any allegations of her death were somewhat misguided. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, very strong showing in comparison to the Unknown. You're very right. If they would have a killer meeting in the fog, the Unknown would probably demand...
Hang on, why do you guys get to spit so much more than me? This is awful!
We need to share it a little bit better, but Leppy, our fresh survivor, now in chase. Let's see how it's looking on the generator department. See me rotating over. Valdez has a 50% generator. So Leppy hopefully able to last a little bit longer here, Egdar. It could be a good potential for the next gen.
Do you think that the killers in DBD have unionized? Or, like, maybe they're thinking of unionizing? So that, like, there can be some kind of equality across the board. Like, Trapper's mad because, like, he can't kill anyone. And he just kind of goes to the NT, like, hey, so you know how Nurse can, like, do all that, like, teleporting and stuff? Like, well, why can't I just do that as well? And then it's just an awkward conversation because the NT's like, yeah, but, like, you're the trap guy. Like, you place traps. But then he's like, well... No one steps into my traps. Let me teleport through water, and then it's just like a messy thing. I imagine that the office culture in the entity's realm isn't fantastic. You know what I mean?
I would totally agree with you on that part.
Anyway, yap over.
I feel
Survivors
bad.
at least completed the generators.
Yeah, I feel bad for Team Izalith here coming into the Community Cup, and like Serene had no mercy on them today. Serene didn't joke around. Serene didn't make a mistake. Serene didn't give them any recovery chance, even with all the perks and items available. Like Serene was not messing around, and that's why I'm very, very hyped for the match tomorrow. Because Reverie looked really strong. Serene looks really strong. It's going to be one hell of a match tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, the standard and quality of competition is always going to get better. We do actually get the unhook off, and you know, Survivors, they are in a position to take hits. Remember, there is nothing that there's nothing much that can be done about this altruism. Again, you don't even injure people off rip in the head form as Crassaway. Nowhere still helps, but we use a last second for the people. Uzi has to gaze longingly at all the survivors as they leave the realm, but it does not matter in the end because, you know, big congrats to Serene. They've got the job done, and they've got it done in
Plague with Astral on the killer, and we have Serene on the survivor side. And all right, we're seeing a lot of all right. I'm seeing a theme here. I'm seeing a theme here. We got stakeout hyper focus on a few different builds here. On the killer end, we have a pretty totem heavy build as well with Deadlock on top of it, and we have double Eerie. Wait a second.
Well, then I kind of like this, honestly. I like the way Orochi has built around with this plague thing, because they're trying to make sure that Hex Ruin stay safe for as long as possible, but also having Deadlock on top of it, because if the survivors then make the mistake of not 99ing too many gens, they might actually get a lot of delay on their gen progress, and it's very, very important to note that, because this plague actually is running both the ultra rares like we discussed.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a really fun match. Honestly, we are exhibiting some extra impressive stealthing here. By the way, not getting found, and yeah, right now Orochi's just kind of looking around all over the edge map of Gallows here, trying to find somebody who's stealthing here, and not finding anybody. And wait a second, this is actually really smart if you think about it. The builds. With Plague, you're supposed to be stealthing early game, right? Stealth out Corrupt. You're just gonna build up stakeout stacks.
Okay, well there goes Undying, but yeah, absolutely. Like, that is really clever from them to just get that stakeout stack continuously going higher and higher, especially with the fact that all of the 4 survivors brought hyper focus. They've been playing really stealthily so far. No one's been found. They've got a little bit of progression on gens here and there. Orochi desperately trying to look for them around corners, but just not really managing to find them. So survivors are being extremely patient right now, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna have a lot of gen progression. We do see someone hovering around the main there, but there's no reason to really chase there, because you're going to waste a lot of time as a killer if you do decide to go there when Gallows are like a really, really important area to cover.
Absolutely. And you know, it's been a few minutes in the match. Obviously there's no Corrupt, but the general playstyle is to stealth out Corrupt. And we've been here for a few minutes now, and we found nothing. Orochi's just kind of looking around everywhere. We do cleanse another totem, but now we're at risk of our first infection here. Obviously going to play this palette as well as we can to avoid infection, but it was also just honestly necessary we get rid of totems here. Nice, we juke out the power a little bit here. We're able to make it a little bit further in, but we're going to take first infection here and a tag. So yeah, that's going to be a full infection there at some point soon for freeze, and we're going to take power as well. So once they're fully infected, we're going to be able to see their aura as killer whenever they vomit, which is a very strong add-on.
Absolutely. Oh, really nice dodges there from Freeze here, because it is really dangerous to loop that. Unfortunately, got hit by a small projectile. It's really dangerous to loop that, actually, against the Plague, because of the way that Water Tower hitboxes work there. It can just go through so easily. But Survivors have been doing really well so far. We're seeing the first generators pop now, and also the first hook happen. But I would say the Survivors have still done pretty well, regardless of that being first down. We do see Deadlock also coming into effect, so multiple of the Gallows gens are now blocked. And it's looking quite interesting, and I love the way these survivors have been playing so far, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible, honestly. Really, really solid stealth thing. We had some good chases as well so far from Freeze. And oh, nice. We're gonna try to bait out. Oh, nice
yeah.
dodge, by the way, from Rats.
Yeah.
It was who is on the DBD League team, by the way. So representing us very well here, Rats. Good job. No, never mind.
Ooh.
Take it back. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We can take a chase over here in Gallows. Can't really make it too much farther away. Oh man.
Oh,
I think expecting to be out of puke there.
really close one though, honestly. Almost just about avoided, but not quite enough. Okay, we're seeing some pressure, but they're not really focusing on Gallows too much right now, other than Hayes, of course, who did a really nice trade there, just waiting for Rats to move out of position so that Hayes could take the position. Really nice crouch dodge there. Can they do it again though? Oh my god, okay. Going into a really nice area though, probably gonna plan to get down in the corner. There is a pallet here, but can they reach it in time though? Probably not, and no, unfortunately not gonna happen. I wonder if Orochi is thinking about hooking in the basement. No, I don't think so. They want to get a little bit more optimality, trying to hook in a more hot area right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to hook in a position that'll allow you to play for your 3-gen as well as just be not
Absolutely.
a very easy unhook as well. And that's just kind of the things you got to think about as killer whenever you're playing. We do have another chase here. Sounds like it's going to be probably Rats, I believe. We're going to follow up on this chase on Rats here, who is almost fully infected, about halfway there. And we have some distance actually, so we're kind of chilling in chase right now. We're gonna take it over to Shack, it looks like, and a nice snipe attempt through the Shack door. Doesn't make it, but now Rats is kind of stuck here. Can't really leave anywhere, and just at risk of an M1 here. It goes down. Very unfortunate for Rats, but we have 1 gen left, Jersku. Does it really matter that much?
Yeah, honestly, like survivors have been pressuring gens really well so far. I think they're playing it a little more patient again this time because Orochi's power is still active for a short while. I think that's the second stage for Rats there, and they probably just want to take it a bit easy against the power has now run out, so they can take it a little bit easier now. Pressuring a generator already somewhat nearby water tower, and wouldn't be surprised to see if Rats is going to be unhooked any second now, since MXI is actually currently wasting a bit of time at water tower. This is a really nice pallet to work around until it's destroyed, of course. Rats does get unhooked here. And honestly, I think like MXI is currently in a really good area actually to be chased by, because there's not a generator over here. There's only one generator somewhat nearby. So I'm thinking, does Orochi want to commit for this chase? Or do they dare risk just giving that generator progression to the rest of the team?
I think it's a good idea to commit this chase, honestly. If you're not going to be able to stop the gens, you might as well play for fresh stages, right? So that's what I'm thinking, honestly. I think that's the best thing you can really do in this situation here. Just play for freshes and get as many hook stages as you can. But it does look like MXI does have balanced landing, actually, so he's able to get a little bit away from that. And he's actually not able to commit to that. He has to leave.
Oh, really unfortunate. They haven't even cleansed Ruin yet, unfortunately, so that means the generator will start regressing. I do believe I saw another survivor hovering around there, but Orochi does know that as well and just wants to deny that generator from being repaired, and does spot the other survivor running around here as well. And I wonder if but as we can see, the freeze is currently working on another generator, most likely near the water tower, so I think that generator is definitely going to pop. It definitely looks like it is, and it is going to pop. Really, honestly, lovely gen pressure from these guys so far.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we get our power up again. We see everybody's aura. It's almost like we have bitter murmur here. And oh, that's gonna be a down with an M1 there. Freeze.
Yeah.
Not a fresh stage, but only one hook on freeze here. So that might actually result in a few extra stages. If they leave right now, that's gonna be 6 stages, 3 fresh. You know, honestly.
Yeah.
Orochi wants to find MXI, but MXI is probably being told, hey, you need to be stealthy. You need to not be found at all. You need to just be ready to get out as soon as possible. You cannot go down. And I mean, honestly, I mean, you wanna prevent your killer from getting the most fresh hooks as possible. And yeah, they're just gonna take this out. It's 6 hooks and then 3 fresh. Really well played on both sides, honestly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I think both sides were really good. Orochi did have that good gen control, but we cannot deny the fact that these survivors also had a very good gen pressure. They knew what they were doing. They distracted at the right times. They were
Yeah, these are some different builds, but I mean, I I kind of see the thought process here. This is kind of
Yeah.
this is interesting, honestly.
Okay.
I hope we get to see some use out of that. I don't know if you saw that perk at
Yeah. Yeah.
on the right there on I hope we get to see some value out of that because that's always one of my favorite perks to see. We just barely missed the puke.
Ooh.
Same exact build, by the way, on Arushi, -1 add-on, and yeah, I mean like the obviously the blood favor and the entire totem build honestly proved really useful, obviously. But like, I mean, deadlock. Did we see deadlock get any value really? I mean, it's obviously a pretty solid perk, but like, it's kind of just kind of buffering your ability to get your power. Honestly, I see the thought process with deadlock, and it kind of it kind of allows you to like buffer your power. That way, whenever they pop a gen, you get your power right, and it allows you to kind of get it every now and then, and not just like back to back to back to back, so that you're kind of just like losing out on the max potential of your power, right?
Yeah.
But the other thing is the other add-on that our plague here has is Devotee's Amulet, which increases the duration of Corrupt Purge by an extra 20 seconds. So we're gonna have long power uses here. It looks like longer power uses than last time, and it should be a little bit scary for our survivor side of Astral here. We'll see what Arushi's gonna do here. Honestly,
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting. Of course, we do still see them using the other iridescent add-on right there. It does see a person right there, but they're hiding really well so far. A little bit of a change there, of course, from the build though, that instead of undying, they're running blood favor, which is completely fair. They're really nice patience there from Zuko. Unfortunately, when the survivors cleanse a hex totem, they managed to cleanse ruin first. So that could definitely hurt Urushi's tempo a little bit now that the generators will not be regressing anymore. So that's going to be quite interesting. They wanted to interrupt main a little bit, at least give it a little bit of presence by infecting again. But just definitely wants to keep this guy exotic off of this generator no matter what the cost, because they are not infected either. Tries to go for a nice lance there, but doesn't quite connect it. Wonder if just thinking that they probably they actually did pull off an infection there. I thought that wouldn't hit. Very nice there from Urushi. Now everyone but Zuko is infected currently. It just wants to get a little bit more of that infection so that exotic would become broken. Pretty valuable resource there goes right off in front of main. Though imagine that all the 3 other servers are currently very active on these generators, but they probably are thinking that maybe this killer also brought deadlock because of how effective it can be in some situations.
also take note. The main building generator was 99. I don't think they're gonna pop it. I think they're just gonna use it to kind of let deadlock set on that gen and only that gen, and then they just pop every other gen. So it's just kind of getting rid of that the threat of deadlock. Honestly, the gen here at the bottom side of the map is highly progress as well, and we do get a second down onto exotic here, and it looks like we're going to play for fresh stages here and try to get all 4, and then play for 6 stages here, at least, and then we should be able to take the win here for Serene. Our balanced landing survivor is here at the gallows trying to finish the gen, but we get interrupted, and that's also the no mither survivor, by the way. Just a heads up.
Yeah, it certainly is. Can Zuko win this? Because actually, I think Urushi does understand that, yep, that is the way you need to do it. You break the pallet from that side because then you can zone them in and guarantee that down. Zuko opts to just get down in the corner as a very regular strat. Wonder what Urushi is thinking about hooking here though. Are they just gonna opt for the basement hook? But exotic here running very nearby. I'm not sure if this is a breakout play. I don't recall if exotic brought something like that, but doesn't quite work out anyways. That is gonna be a hook regardless, no matter what happens there. And actually wants to work around main a little bit, actually, Urushi.
Absolutely. Honestly, if I was Arushi here, I would kick this generator just so they can't get away with their little deadlock strat. I think it'd be a good idea. Yeah, this is a Marcy here, by the way. This is kind of dangerous for Astral because that's our 4th fresh hook, and they can't really tie the win condition anymore. So not to be really careful. This is actually exotic, so it's not too dangerous, I suppose, but like you obviously don't want to give free downs at 5 gens, by the way. 5 gens. I just realized we haven't popped a single gen yet. That is crazy. Is there a thought process to this? Are we doing something kind of crazy here, or is this just like this is just the amount of pressure that Urushi has? I can't even tell you honestly right now, Jersku.
Yeah, honestly, I'm on a similar boat, but I think what Rusi is kind of planning here is that they know that one person was hooked in the basement, so one of the survivors would have to use up a lot of time going for that save. So Urushi probably knew that they can relatively safely chase someone without having to worry about generators popping too fast, also because of deadlock coming in effect, even though main was pretty close to being 99. I think the idea here was though that with Exotic having been hooked again, they have been unhooked now. It causes a little bit more of that pressure to stop the survivors from being on gens as much as possible. Though speaking about gens, we have the first gen pop on their team now. Really nice down there as well with the really handy activation timing of the add-on coming to play as well.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I know what they're doing then. Okay. Not only are they just trying to buffer the deadlock, I think maybe they aren't doing that specifically, but they are trying to make sure that Urushi doesn't just get power throughout the entire match. She only gets it once, but it's gonna be like a really long power because of how many gens are gonna pop right now. I don't know if they're gonna be able to fully get away with that, but they're definitely trying. And on the flip side of that, that was Marcy's hook right there. So it's the fourth and final fresh hook of the match, and that means that the next hook is a win for Seren. So Astral needs to play this extremely carefully and tread very lightly. I mean, Urushi has power right now, so their strategy actually could get them killed right now. It was a very smart strategy up until they were like tied with the win condition. So they need to be very, very careful with their next steps here because this could be the win.
Yep, you are absolutely right about that. This very much could be the win con because Marcy here actually with the current state as it is, if Marcy, I think this is actually, if Marcy goes on second stage, isn't that already
Correct.
the win con race,
Yes.
if I'm correct? Yes,
And
that's what
and
I thought.
He can hold the hook with his power here. If they
Yeah.
keep popping gens back and forth like that, he's just gonna keep getting
Ooh,
power.
is it enough?
And yeah, that doesn't matter.
Ah,
That doesn't matter
yeah,
at
it doesn't.
all.
It,
And,
unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
if he hooks Elon right
That's-
now, then that's just the win for Seren. So they need to be very careful about this.
Ooh,
Oh,
misses the lens a bit there.
yeah,
I think they're
not sure
just
what
opting
that
for that.
was. Yeah, we're just gonna
Opting for the
pick
hook
up
instead.
for the win.
Yeah, and that is the win con reached.
Yeah, 6 stages on 4 fresh. Compared to last match, it was 3 fresh. So yeah, this is gonna be the win right here. And yeah, very well played by both teams. Very interesting strat coming in from Astral here. They had a game plan, obviously, but it just didn't work out because Urushi just was able to get someone down in an area that was just really easily defendable, especially with power. And then we obviously, the strat we were going for was really, really smart up until they were tied with the win condition, and the next hook was a win. That would have been very impressive to see that kind of strategy really work out, but it just didn't pan out like that. We do pop all 5 gens though, and that's gonna be the 7th hook of the game here. So yeah, Astral doesn't take the win here. First set point goes to Seren, but once again, just to emphasize, really well played by both sides. It was a very, very entertaining match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was like Rusi got the upper hand in the end, and I think that hook positioning definitely matters as well. It was really easy for them to just kind of like stay in the area without building up anti-camp either, and then the rest was history. They could kind of just watch it, make sure no one was coming, and regardless of what happened, they got the hook in the end. We did have all the 5 gens pop, of course, yes, as you said, which definitely isn't a terrible result for the survivors either. They absolutely tried their best, and I always commend a good effort from survivor teams. They definitely did show what they can be capable of, and really excited for the next set. And we just see that rest of the survivors are kind of just messing around a little bit by the exit gate. But of course, that is the first set win for Team Seren.
Yep. Yeah, that'll be wrapping up the. And I'm looking right now, and oh, what is this? Is that Duty of Care? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see how this is going to pan out, honestly, because that's such a fun perk.
Absolutely, yeah. Honestly, I was actually about to mention Duty of Care as well.
Oh!
Yeah, see, that was an early find, but really nice sprint perception, and tries to go for a stun, but doesn't need it. This might be an early down. This might be a really fast down. Let's hope that's not the case. Oh, but blood favors in
blood
effect.
favor.
It is a quick down. Oh no, that's not very good for their team. That's really unfortunate timing on that.
Wait, I love the pick of Haunted Ground on top of Blood Favor here.
Yeah.
If you cleanse the wrong totem, you're just kind of dead. I like that a lot, actually. It looks like we have the ultimate Houndmaster skin as well, with the poodle on as her dog. Another sprint burst looks like is coming out, and we're gonna make it all the way over to the right side of the map.
Absolutely, we got quite a lot of nice patience here, but do they win the 50-50? That hinder coming in strong. They
Oh,
got
they're
stuck.
stuck.
No, they got stuck. Oh, they got stuck on this little wall sticking up, but they are a strong tell, but unfortunately, Blood Favors coming into play again, being really favorable for the Houndmaster right now. Are they gonna hit it with the Poodle? I don't think so, because there's a Survivor actually waiting really close by. Actually decides to go for Marcy instead. Honestly, it's a fair choice because I think Blood Favors still active a little bit, and they do end up hitting them there too. Ah, this could be a little scary. Oh, can they hit that dog though? Oh, they did.
Nice grab. And there's no
Excellent
power here. It's already
patient.
dropped.
Oh,
He's just dead.
excellent patient. Really good discipline and patience from Narushi there. Absolutely wonderful play there.
That's a second hook at 5 gens, by the way. I don't
Yeah.
think there's much gen progress on the board right now because of the fact that we just had 2 downs, and I mean, like, we have Deliverance up. Nice, okay. But yeah, I mean, the gameplay that they're going to be going for looks like is Duty of Care tags. It's kind of give you like a Medal of Man. Oh my goodness, that was like a Wraith
Ooh.
uncloak lunge right there. That was
Yeah.
so fast. Almost tags him as well with the dog, just barely. And we do have a totem here in Shack. Might have just been called out here by Exotic. If that's Haunted Ground and they go to cleanse that, then it's going to be very disastrous, potentially. And we are going to follow up over the cow tree. And kind of vaulted the window a little bit. Kind of got stuck, dog stuck. And we should
Not
be able to
sure.
get this down here or get the pallet out of the way.
Not sure if Arushi intended on Poodles vaulting that window, but I don't think it's quite a down actually. It doesn't. No, it did reach. I didn't think it would reach, but I think the pathing may not have been as sharp as I imagined it would be. So that could have been what caused it to reach, and that is actually going to be the third fresh hook already. We don't really have any perks to help with gen regression, but I think Urushi has a different plan in mind because that mobility is definitely going to allow her to like reach places very soon. And they actually spot a survivor trying to sneak away from here, and we also see Deli coming into play there.
All right, yeah, Deliverance is going to give some good value here. We are going to miss the dog dash and kind of send it back, expecting a flare out there. Honestly, that was a really interesting interaction there that just almost had a very crazy end to it. And we're gonna we double vault right into Urushi's arms there. And that's going to lead to a tag. Blood Favor's active now, and yeah, I mean, I like the pick of Blood Favor, honestly. It's really smart here.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. Like, yeah, well, wait, hold on. Aaron's being really patient. Hang on. I like that. No, I'm liking that patient. Do they hit?
Oh,
That could have been so good. That was actually really patient from Aaron's side. Not something I've ever dared to do against Houndmaster myself, at least. I usually always just drop it immediately. Really respectable effort there, though. We do see the third gen pop as well. They are being relatively active on generators right now, which is definitely good for them and very useful because we've had a lot of things already going on, and the fourth gen pops right there as well. And honestly, yeah, like, they've been doing pretty well, but we need to keep in mind that one perk they may not be expecting yet is that the fact that Urushi has brought Noed as well. So once the last generator pops, if the info comes out doesn't quite hit that. If the info of Noed comes out too late, it might actually hurt someone, especially if they find someone like Suko. That could hurt them really bad.
I mean, yeah, I mean, Noah could really snowball the game here, honestly, if it's if it's not dealt with accordingly or like given respect. That being said, we are gonna find ourselves in chase here at a very small tile, by the way.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
how long can we juice on this? Not very long, because Arushi wants it out of the game. He's like, nah, get this out of here. It's a god tier pallet right there. It's god pallet. Get it out of here. And we are gonna get grabbed with the dog. Arushi is checking on the main gen, I think, or just checking around main.
No. I think
And he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. He's letting the dog let go so that the hinder gets applied, and we go on cooldown as well, very fast. And it's gonna be a tag with Duty of Care, by the way. It's a lot of distance.
but Oh, they got info about Nowhere now, though. Now that Suko's been downed.
Oh yeah,
But
that should have been Noed revealed actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I decided to just down the plot twist instead, which is
What
very
plot
fair.
twist?
That is gonna be another hook stage, but if they can get Suko up in time, that means they do deny further stages and another fresh. Can they? Are they able to? They do grab Suko, but oh, they are at a pallet though, which is very good, so they can stun. But Suko is actually in a little bit of trouble here. Is this the? Hold on. Is this the area? No, this is quite a troublesome area actually. We got Eren here trying to help out Suko since Eren's hook stage wouldn't matter as much, which is definitely what they are doing. But the 4% haste of Noed is still active, and the fact that they still got dog, this could be bad. Oh, connects it on Suko, but oh no, someone just helps out right away. They just want to make that sure that Suko stays safe.
Yeah, I mean, like this is dangerous, right? Because we can take the grab on Suko again, and now it's another down. He's not able to get out of it. He wasn't able to get the dog out.
Oh.
Wait, this is kind of a snowball right here.
Yep.
He's gonna get Exotic out of the game. He can get Eren out of the game, and he can just hook Suko for free. And Marcy can't really do anything right now. Wait, this is almost a 4K0.
Oh no.
Marcy just kind of has to leave. This is so dangerous.
It is very, and they've spotted them as well, so now they know where they are, so they can just force them out. Marcy wouldn't be able to get out of the situation, so this just has to be what happens here. Very unfortunate. Like, Team Astral, did exceptionally well trying to help Suko there, but it just didn't quite work out in the end, unfortunately.
This is one of the highest results I've seen on a non-S tier killer in the no rules tournament. I mean, this is ridiculously snowballed. I mean, this is gonna be the hook on Suko. Eren might crawl out. No, Suko is at the gate actually. We can probably hook and then just catch up really fast. If Suko gets out, then that's gonna really suck for Arushi. But I mean, the fact that we snowballed so hard, I think the only killer that's scored this high of a result in the no rules tournament besides Blight is Artist, which is just insane.
Yeah, absolutely is. Not something you would expect from killers like this, but we have been proven wrong. Urushi did exceptionally well with Artist here. The survivors did have a good plan trying to protect the one with the difference there actually. There's actually a little bit of difference on the perks there. We're seeing that Orochi brought out an ultra rare add-on there. Also brought out Rapid Brutality, which definitely could help out a little bit in chase. Rapid Brutality is a really famous perk on killers, especially like Artists. Does spot out rats there in the corner of main with Killer Instinct with the dog. Really nice early find there, but are they going to be able to get that early down as well? They're actually cleansing a totem. They're actually cleansing 2 totems already. But Haunted Ground activates. Oh, this could be really good for Orochi here if they manage to get rats early.
I mean, honestly, all you gotta do is just don't go down. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
Don't go down.
Yeah, just don't go down. Oh, nice stun
as well. Really well played by Rats here. Who is once again he's on the DBD League team and representing us a little bit here, and I'm excited to see what's gonna happen. Oh, it's gonna be an M1.
Oh.
Okay, all right. You know what? Why don't we just stop?
Yeah, you know what?
All right. Anyways, no, it was honestly it was a pretty impressive chase considering exposed. I would be panicking honestly, but really well played by Rats here. Did last a little while in chase, but Haunted Ground just getting max value here. We cleanse. I think we cleanse both of the Haunted Ground totems because there's no other Hex totem that popped. Both Ruin and Blood Favor are still active.
Yeah, I think that's what happened here. But either totem that's being cleansed right now by Freeze is going to be very beneficial, and it's Ruin, which definitely will help. But getting rid of Blood Favor would also be very helpful. But I'm not sure if these survivors are thinking about, like, you know what? Actually, never mind. Scratch what I was just about to say. Freeze is cleansing another totem, which is more than likely to be Blood Favor as well. And it is.
Yeah, I mean that's a really important totem to get rid of. I mean that basically removes the counterplay to any killer on the map. I mean it's just difficult to play without pallets. You can only do so very much. You can only use like so many windows on the map. That is going to get down onto MXI, by the way. And yeah, I mean, like we're kind of stacking the downs here a little bit, almost as much as last time. But I mean, either way, we're getting resets, we're getting gens completed. We got all of the Hex totems gone, including Haunted Ground, which got massive value in the beginning of the game. But this time we have no Noed. Instead, we're taking Rapid Brutality, just kind of close the distance as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interested to see how Orochi's going to deal with this because Orochi doesn't really have much to work with anymore. They only have one perk, Rapid Brutality, to work with, and of course the assistance of that ultra rare and blue add-on. Which usually the unhook happen. They don't want to commit for that gen. It's a little too dangerous at this point. It's going to start regressing. And they definitely want to play it a bit safer because I believe this was Freeze actually, who we just found, who is a fresh hook. Yeah, it is
Oh.
Freeze.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Freeze, by the way. Just sending it. Didn't really
Yeah.
care about, hanging out at the check spot. Just kind of sent it. Another nice dodge, by the way. Really well played. Freeze is just kind of cooking on over here on Shaq.
Absolutely.
Oh, we respected the Shaq palette as well.
Oh, could they hit that? No. Freeze is on point.
I mean, his chases are just pretty cold. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
I mean, what can you say? Look at his weapon here. I mean, of course, Freeze is gonna outplay that. He's already frozen. You know what I mean?
True.
But we're actually gonna interrupt the main building generator, which has a lot of progress as well. And if we can look at the UI as well, Hayes has a lot of progress on his gen as well. I mean, there's just so many gens with high progress right now. This is dangerous. Orochi got 2 early downs, and now nothing else to really show for it. I mean, this is just tough for Orochi.
It absolutely is. These gens are starting to pop. We saw another gen pop there earlier. Ratch is just waiting it out. But Orochi had good patience there, which did force Ratch to use that pallet. So they don't have much safety in this area anymore. So it's probably going to be being a hit. We're seeing 2 more gens pop. Do they hit that? No, they don't.
What?
I'm not even sure how Ratch dodged that.
What was that
Actually, no,
dodge?
they probably went into the corner.
I think you're 100% right. Yeah, just it was kind of like Wesker like vaulting the window on accident, trying to hit a survivor,
Yeah.
but instead it was the dog. Oh man, that's tough.
Oh, they didn't.
Wait, he still grabbed. I wasn't a stun onto
Oh
the
my
dog.
These guys' gen efficiency is off the charts now.
Oh, man, this is tough. I mean, this is such a huge
Ooh.
change in the results here. It looks like Astral will be taking another set point unless nice down on the Rats here.
Not quite.
Unless Orochi can really snowball very heavily here. I don't see them really pulling this back at all. But either way, they're gonna open the gates and just take the outs. If one fresh hook gets out, it doesn't matter. That's already the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure what they're planning to do here because they could just get out now and secure the win. But are they trying to be a little brave here? Because Hayes is opening the exit gate. That is very close to here. But the thing with Houndmaster is that, okay, I think Orochi tried to interrupt the gate a little bit, but still holding onto the dog in case someone else tries to come and save. Because the benefit, of course, here is that if you manage to grab the saving survivor with the dog, they want the save. They don't want to go out as a 3-man.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to take the outs here. We get one tag, another tag, and I don't know if we can get this. That's gonna be a trade, probably. We might actually be able to snowball this. Hold on.
What is happening? That's
No,
so
we
risky.
missed the snowball. I don't think we get a snowball here. We can potentially get another fresh hook here, maybe. Rats might die on hook if they can't play this well enough.
Oh,
We do get the down on the freeze.
but that's a fish. I mean, I think they're still definitely fine. They could still just leave, but like they wanted to play a little silly there. Like they clearly didn't want to. They didn't want to leave without the fourth. That was an interesting plan there.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, they could have just gone for the outs here and guaranteed the win, but it looks like they wanted to really get some good attempts to get the 4 out here. I mean, I think it's doable. I think it's very, very doable. I just don't know how doable it is because that's another fresh. Oh man, this can snowball very hard. I think they just need to take outs again. Yeah, they're just gonna wait. Are they gonna reset? Wait.
No. Okay, yeah, no, don't risk a reset there.
Yeah, just take outs. Yeah, that's gonna be the win for Seren. I mean, they almost let it all snowball there.
That was a little scary for a moment there, honestly.
Absolutely.
God.
Well, while we're waiting for this game to end here, we have a question here. It's was there a perk you thought would be heavily used in this no restrictions tournament, but you haven't seen much use or value out of? Yeah. So far, I haven't seen any value out of Slippery Meat, even though that was like a high contender for one of the best perks set here with Raza on the Spirit here. I've seen Raza on Spirit before, and they're actually quite the menace on this killer. And we are going to be going up against the survivors of Saren here. This might be one of the matches where things kind of just take a turn here because, I mean, again, Rasa is pretty crazy on Spirit. Interesting builds we're seeing here. We have Deliverance. Oh, Deliverance Survivor being found first. That's always unfortunate. Blood Favor in play, by the way, so that's going to be like a guaranteed death here. Yeah, I mean, like in Rasa as well. Just knowing exactly where to face. That's going to be Deliverance denied this match. So if they don't have any other ways to unhook themselves, this is kind of GG's for them.
Yep, you are absolutely right with that. We are seeing the freeze is cleansing the first time, which actually, I think they actually brought out Haunted Ground, but I don't think that was it. If I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure I did see. We did see Haunted. It was actually Blood Favor. That's actually pretty lucky in this scenario that they didn't cleanse Blood Favor because they have now found Haze, who is healthy. This is more than definitely going to be a hit. Once too early, actually. Doesn't quite hit it and decides to just go back to the hook.
Absolutely. And, you know, I mean, you don't really need Blood Favor as Spirit. It just kind of really amplifies how lethal she is in Chase. But, I mean, you don't really need Blood Favor in Chase with Spirit. I mean, she's just strong enough on her own. We do find our tunnel up, though, so, like, and, like, there's, like, no gen progress right now. Like, you have a gen, like, 60%, but, like, that's it. They are getting rid of the totems, though. That's going to be Haunted Ground procking. It's going to be on the Injured Survivor, though, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But yeah, one gen has progress. There's other gens that just don't really have much of anything. That being said, we are doubling the other gen with Toolbox and Overzealous, and I mean, like, oh my goodness, this is just look at how fast it's going. That's terrifying. I would be like, I don't know, I don't want to go against this killer. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. That's quite nasty. They didn't quite get the gen done, but Haze does get the gen done here at the 3 pipes area. Really nice positioning there. From Freeze tries to avoid a little bit. We have the best tile in the game here. Everyone loves the Z wall here. Oh, but doesn't quite win it. And Haunted Ground helping out a little bit there. Decides to slug actually. I think they want to try to just make MXI the tunnel out as quickly as possible.
I think you're 100% right. Yeah, we're gonna tunnel out. We can afford to. There's like hardly any gen pressure on the map right now. Only one gen pop so far. The other gen did have a little bit of progress. Nothing to like worry about too much at the moment, but definitely still something to kind of keep an eye out for. We do find MXI as well, it looks like. Wait, is that not MXI? No, it might have been someone else who's trying to play main building gen, actually. Haunted Ground is gone now, so that means that we're left with one singular perk, and it's not even useful at all. It's Thrill the Hunt.
Yeah.
Oh man, if they get on my totems, I'm gonna know. They're gonna be dead for sure now.
Oh no.
But yeah, that's the only perk that's left in the match right now. So Raza's just kind of perkless at the moment. Yeah, pretty unfortunate, honestly. But I mean, if you have a good chase, and it doesn't really matter all that much. Unfortunate thing for Raza though is that we lost her tunnel out. But if we can find them again, that'd be really, really good for us.
Yeah, it absolutely would be really good for them. But it wouldn't surprise me that MXI is just not really gonna try to show themselves. I'm not actually sure which ace this is because they're all the same. It is Freeze. Ironic that they're on a map like this. It must be pretty freezing in this kind of map, anyways. But MXI is most definitely playing it a bit safe there. Oh, nice!
That was so smart.
Oh,
wait,
that was
he
really
the
good.
inside of the wall to pretend like to convince him that he was going on the outside. That was so smart. He basement teched him without a basement. What?
Yeah. I love that. I think Raza knows what they're doing with Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, Raza's just an insane Spirit. That was such a good play right there. I just didn't even realize it happened until I saw where Raza came from. That was insane.
Yeah, and they've also found another fresh person. So let's see if do they win the 50? Oh. No, because the speed there is just absolutely insane. It's so hard to win in a situation like that against the Spirit.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
is
like
gonna
that.
be the third fresh.
Yeah, I mean, like that's just like not very doable, right? I mean, like mother daughter ring on Spirit is just insane. And
Yeah.
if it's a Spirit that knows what they're doing, you're just kind of like you're gonna lose the chase. Oh, who is this? It's Rats.
It's,
I think
another
I don't even
fresh.
think that he knew that he was there. I don't think the Rasta knew the Rats was there. Rats just kind of panicked a little bit. I think. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
possibly.
That's
Yeah,
the
just
two tap right there. That was really. I mean, like, what do you do against mother daughter ring with all pallets down? I mean, like that. It's just super difficult.
Ops to just slug Rats instead in this situation. We see MXI is playing very safe here currently at the tower area. Freeze is gonna be picking up Rats from the ground, but Haze is still hooked. I don't know if they're gonna go second stage. MXI is totally somewhat in the area, but Raza, I think, is looking to just secure that second stage now. Because if MXI goes in now, that would mean that they would only have 3 survivors if MXI is caught.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we're gonna. This should be second stage secured here. Not really too much you can do about it here. No one was in near the hook enough, so that's second stage secured. We have 2 different survivors death hooked now. If Hayes gets unhooked, Ross can just go straight back, just beeline it straight back. We actually find someone who was rotating for the save, but they actually realized they got caught and double back to Shack here. Looks like, but we don't. Who is this? Freeze is working a gen. Rats is
I think
it's MX. Oh, Rats the Shack. MXI is going for the chase. Okay, I see. Or going for the save. I mean.
Oh, okay. Kinda won that 50-50 there. Raza got out of the face a little too early. Probably just gonna leave though. Yeah, that is absolutely what's happening here. Just wants to go straight back to the hook to check out who's here. Does end up finding MXI, who is death hook, but they actually choose to ignore them. They've got.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point you
because-
just go for Hayes here, since Hayes is
Yeah.
down hook, or
Rats is
Rats
found.
and just get all your freshes. Actually,
Yeah.
either way, I mean, like it's up to Ross what he wants to do here. Does he have enough pressure to go for a 4K tunnel
Ooh.
out, or can he just play for freshes and maybe pull something out?
I don't know yet. Like, this could still end up being a 4K, but like anything can still happen because like Freeze is currently pressuring a generator here. That generator does have quite a lot of nice progress, and the split here on the generators is really nice as well. This one generator being extremely far away from the rest of these two. Rasa now thought they would go check it out, but not quite. They want to just press at the tower side because they suspect that someone's in the area, which they are. Someone is
Wait.
lurking around here.
I was gonna
Potentially
say,
just.
wait, did he not
trying
see
to-
him? He was hanging out right here in the corner. He didn't see
I
him.
don't think they may not have caught them initially. Oh,
He was
did
just
they
he was
find
in
them?
the corner. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
how
he
he
was.
didn't. Yeah, you could clearly see him. It was like
Yep.
it was like that meme of Shaq hiding behind the tree. You could see him clearly.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah.
he was like
Oh,
right there. I don't know.
they don't get this gen done.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna interrupt this. I think okay, he should see this survivor this time. I think.
Yeah, sure.
he's
Yeah,
hitting
yeah,
on the
yeah,
map, Right.
Just decides to go back into the area as well to give a bunch of pressure because, of course, these two generators are important as well. That gen has a lot of progress. Kind of thought a little bit about if they wanted to stick it or not, but not possible in that situation. We've got 2 survivors, Haze and MXI, just lurking around here, just focusing on this gen. But Freeze has gotten back on the 3rd gen. But I think Raza has realized this that final gen is going to pop any moment now, and then they have to commit to some chase.
Absolutely.
goes the-
Yeah. I mean, he has to do something here. I think that the 4K potential here is just significantly dropped off the board.
Yeah.
Although this is still a really good win condition for no rules tournament because Spirit usually gets bullied in sets like this. But like, this is just, yeah. I think the potential to you 4K this is just gone. We are actually opening the gate right here as well. So yeah, this is just out. It looks like we're just going to be at 6 stages.
Looks like it,
Stage
yeah.
4 fresh.
Honestly,
Really well.
Survivors did really well when there was only 1 gen left to be done. They like were pressuring the gens at appropriate times. They were still keeping themselves safe so that Raza couldn't really.
Spirit from Team Seren versus the survivors of Astral, that being Aaron, Marcy, Elon, and Orochi. So a very similar build, but not entirely, because we have Devour Hope this time instead of I believe Thrill the Hunt. So um, I think it'd be really interesting if we get value out of that. I don't know if we will though.
I'm not quite sure yet. And I actually just saw something interesting that Urushi actually didn't bring mother-daughter ring this time. Which
Oh,
is
yeah?
quite interesting to me. I'm honestly quite surprised that they didn't bring it. Wonder what kind of plan they have for that, because of course now they will see the scratch marks of these survivors. Misses that launch unfortunately on Elon. First Hex goes out, not quite sure which Hex that was yet, but we'll probably find out soon. Are they gonna win this? Not quite, because it is a medium vault.
If
But
you got the
another
fast
Hex
vault
goes
there,
down.
I think he gets the vault. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's unfortunate. It is interesting to me that Orochi brings just like the normal comp add-ons for Spirit. No mother daughter ring, nothing like egregiously insane. Just like normal add-ons you see in comp.
Yeah.
But the build though, the build is awfully spicy. We have Blood Favor still, obviously. Devour Hope should get some value here if they don't expect it. Haunted Ground, obviously, is just going to get the normal value that it does. They'll probably end up cleansing it. There's a 50-50 chance they cleanse it.
Yeah, I think actually, if I've counted the Hex cleansings right, I'm pretty sure Devour's actually been cleansed already, because I'm pretty sure I heard 2 Thunder Strikes already. Because one of them has Counterforce on their team, I believe. So they've just been kind of going around. Yeah, it is Marcy who has Counterforce, and they've just been going around looking for these totems and getting rid of them, which is honestly really good in this situation. A good call to understand that they would bring a full Hex build, and I think it's kind of paid off.
Oh,
Really
well
nice
done by
stun there.
Orochi.
That was so close to... That could have been anyone's game there, honestly. If there was even a slightly higher ping difference, maybe.
Not the Jiggy. Oh, he didn't get away with it though.
Oh.
Really well played by Orochi here. That's gonna be the second stage here, and he's starting to catch up to the win condition here. But Orochi does have deliverance, so
Yeah?
this hook stage doesn't really matter all that much besides just a number.
That was very early
That's
drop.
just on a hook. Yep.
They do find who's this running around. Someone sprint bursting out of here immediately. And just, tries to win a 50-50 there. It is Marcy who is the one responsible for getting rid of these first 2 totems. Are they going to be able to win this 50-50 though? Or do they...
No.
No.
That's very well played by Orochi.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's winning pretty much every single 50-50. I mean, no one's getting away with any jiggies. They're not able to, like, really win too many 50-50s against him. He's just piling on hook stages here. This is really well played by Orochi. He's doing very well on Spirit. 2 gens left on the board, and Orochi needs 3 more hook stages in order to catch up to the win condition. He needs 4 freshes.
Oh, and I think that's they baited Eren there. I think Eren might have called out that they were detaching after them, and Eren tried to be a little brave on that gen, but actually didn't work out. Baited it out really nicely, and Rushi now maybe looking to potentially get that 4th fresh, but kind of lost the track of them for a little bit, and he's currently not even chasing anyone. Does spot someone running around though. Not sure who that might be though.
Oh no!
Missed the it is actually Eren.
Yeah, that's your last fresh, and if we can get him out of the game, I mean that'll be the tie right there. But I don't know if you're gonna be able to do that. Obviously, too early. I mean, we have several healthy survivors that can obviously unhook. Really interesting pathing here from Eren, by the way, making all the way to the edge of the map here, and just kind of really fooling Orochi here. That was really well played.
Yep. But that gen, I think, is most definitely going to pop unless Urushi here makes the right call and goes to the correct gen right away. But I think with these builds, I think are they going to the correct gen? Not quite. They're not at the correct gen. I think it's the other gen over there that's being worked on. Can Urushi reach it in time though?
It looks like
I think they can. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to interrupt this gen. No one's here right now as well. I personally think he should kick it, but I mean, I'm not entirely sure. We're getting to a point where Astral might be able to win this match. By the way, they might be able to win this set
Yep.
if the survivors of Astral can just really hold the position they're in right now and pop the last gen, I mean, this gen split is really good for Astral here.
It very much is so, and the gen splits are insanely good. Like, Rushi just has to get a really good phase hit here early on someone and then pressuring them into a nicer side. We currently see Eren resetting Orochi in a nice corner here. Very much safety so far. These guys are taking it easy right now. And
Oh no!
Elon goes on to another
Oh
totem
no!
though.
I
Oh
feel that's
boy.
gonna be blood favor, and they're gonna get
Oh,
snowballed.
Haunted
Oh
Grounds
no!
is still active, mind you.
If it's blood favor, they're gonna be so lucky. If it's not, if it's on the ground,
Wait, Blood Favor!
what?
Oh
That's
my god.
so crappy for Arushi. Oh my god, what are the odds, brother?
Oh,
What is that? That sucks.
oh no.
That is horrific. That is horrific odds. What are the chances?
I don't know,
Oh
man.
my god.
That
Oh
feels really
man.
unfortunate.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, Marcy tried to go for a nice mind game there, but kinda in trouble now. But yep, I was just about to say that the generator is definitely about to pop right there. It's actually looking a bit interesting because wait, if Marcy dies on hook now, it's a tie.
Yeah, I mean, if they can just get out and just leave Marcy on hook, it's a tie. But it looks like Urushi's gonna hook on the gate. If they can pull something off here, if they can get this gate open here and get Marcy out before death hook, then they can actually win this. It's tough. It's gonna be tough odds, and you might not get away with it, but maybe you do somehow.
It's a little scary. Oh, but they're going for the person here. And we do see the save happen here on Marcy, but what is Urushi planning to do now? Op should just go back for these people, but they are going for the other gate. Urushi just trying to cut them off, actually.
Oh, well played. Recognized he was going inside of main instead of to the gate. Really well played. Urushi just was able to really,
Okay.
really follow that up.
That's scary. Okay, they did spot Orochi running around here, though. Nice, really nicely played. Really well played there from Orochi. Good mind game there.
Can Astral bring this back? That is the main question here. It's going to be difficult, but if they can do it, that would be very impressive. Wait,
is anyone there?
Orochi gets the pick.
Oh,
no one's here for the pallet save in time, and he's going to go hook right next to the gate. This should be securing the tie condition for Seren.
Yeah, that is the tie condition secured right there. So that is already a very impressive score. But what are the survivors thinking about doing now? Because if they risk a save, they might risk losing this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they kind of had to try, right? They've been wanting to score a set point for a little while now, and just haven't really had the opportunity too much. Either way, though, I mean, yeah, this is deadly now. Because
it is,
if Eren dies, that's the win for...
Oh, this is scary.
If there's any next hook stage, this is the win.
Oh, they hit the hook person.
Why run hook?
Oh, wait, can they make this? Oh, these body blocks need to be really good if they want to make it to safety here. I don't think they make... No, they don't make it, though.
Wait, they make it. They make it out. Wow.
Yeah,
they make it out.
Yeah, that is a tie.
That's the tie. Yeah, well played.
Wow. Impressive.
All right. We're going to have to see if we're going to be implementing the 2v1 tiebreaker system or if we're just going to have to replay the set. We continue next set. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are loading into the first match of the Nightmare set with Urushi from Team Seren on Killer versus the survivors of Astral, that being Eren, Exotic, Suko, and Marcy. And we have to see, a stun already coming in from Marcy here.
Very nice thought there. Does hit with the ability, so Marcy's gonna be asleep right about now. So, but can they secure it fast? They want to get rid of this wall immediately, which is honestly very fair, because otherwise that window is extremely strong in that kind of situation. Currently just running around main right now, but I think that's maybe the idea. So currently all the other servers can kind of just work around on the other sides of the map, make sure to narrow things down a little bit. Maybe we'll see a little bit of pressure on main side too. does commit for the teleport. Honestly, I thought they would fake that teleport for a moment there, actually. And it is actually Marcy. Wins a nice 50-50 there. Well played from Marcy. Gets zoned a little bit, though, into the corner.
Yeah, and that's going to be a Dream Stare strike, by the
Yep.
way. I mean, he's hindered, and is going to take the window ball just to kind of make as much distance as possible. Delay the first tag for a little bit. But that is, I think with Blood Favor active, this is going to be a down here, not too long in the future.
Yep.
Yeah, and there it is. We get the down onto Marcy. First gen pops, though, and that's going to be a hook on the top side of the map, I believe.
I believe so. That is going to be the case. Nice generator progression from Team Astral so far. Going to be teleporting into main here. Even don't think there actually is someone nearby. Actually, see a second generator pop as well. Really nice so far. Save also happens. Currently chasing Suko at a tile somewhat nearby this side of the map. Gets a nice hit there. Gets a little bit of aura read for some nice info on where this guy is going to be running around. But can they use that to their advantage? Oh, Suko's just playing very patiently because they can kind of just look into both sides. Good pallet at a good tile gone, but the window can still be very useful, but actually opts to just go back onto
Almost
Exotic
gets him
here.
into
Bit of a miss there on the lunge, maybe Ottaway.
No, I don't think he was trying to lunge. I think he was trying to sword swing in case Exotic dropped the pallet. You can kind of almost guarantee a hit with a short swing on the pallet if you get stunned through it.
Yeah, that's true.
But we do take a tag onto Exotic. We're gonna play for a second fresh stage here. And wait a second, Blood Favor blocks Dream pallets too? Wait,
Huh?
I didn't realize that. That's so interesting.
That's curious. I honestly didn't think that would be the case. I didn't know that it would do that.
I mean, I
Wow.
guess it makes sense. I mean,
yeah.
technically still pallets. Just
Yeah,
they
they
break when they're dropped, and obviously Freddy can explode them. But yeah, that's so interesting.
Certainly is. This pallet is not the fake one. Marcy being very patient around the pallet gets a nice stun out of it as well. Heads straight into the shack area. Not sure if Urushi wants to commit for this. Are they gonna... Are they just faking that? No, they are not. They decide to just leave, which I think is the right call. Z-block add-on giving a little bit of nice info there with the Killer Instinct activating there. Got a couple survivors running around on this side of the map right now. And getting that nice info. And we also see the main gen get done. Nice lunge though, but main gets done and generators are being just finished left and right.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Freddy counterplay is just, do gens, let Penalon play chase.
Oh.
And at this moment, like, window fake. We do get the Dream Center spike. That's going to be shacked down, though. Obviously, want to buy as much time as possible. Yeah, I think this is going to be very low stages, honestly.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be pretty low stages at the end of the game. There's a pretty nice window set up here. They're probably going to try to utilize that, or actually not. Ooh, that's a little bit of a nice mind game there. Urushi misses their snare, but opts to just go for these generators instead because they are in relative close distance. We've still got 3 Hex Totems active, and the Survivor team has just opted that, screw that, we're not going to cleanse any of them. Eren does get down, who is a fresh hook. So that's definitely going to be beneficial to Urushi's score here to get another fresh hook going. And what we also need to keep in mind, of course, that once the 5th gen pops, Urushi has something prepared for the survivors in case they get caught up by it.
Yeah, we're going to see Exotic plot twisting over here in the corner. And Urushi is actually dangerously close to finding him. He's obviously looking around trying to find him here. It might actually find... This is where he's at, actually. Wait.
They found him. Oh, no. That's unfortunate.
So that's so tough.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And they're hooked right next to each other, too. That's so... Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
actually, hold on. Urushi's looking into getting a very strong score here after all, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, like that was massive for Urushi here. That's gonna be Eren asleep now. And wait, that's a grab.
Oh,
Decisive?
comes the grab on Eren.
No DS.
No, doesn't
That's
look like
grab.
it.
That's just Eren's
That is gonna be yet another stage. And I think we're currently standing at 5 hooks, 3 fresh.
Nice dodge from Suko, but this is the last fresh hook. Urushi has no reason not to chase this. I mean, with so many
Oh,
with only one gen left, he might as well play for this last fresh stage. That's gonna be another hinder onto Suko here. We do get the tag as well through the pallet since he's not able to make it very quickly. He is gonna fake the teleport into Shaq here, and just man, that
nice.
was such a good play from Marushi as well. Just kind of zoned Suko away from Shaq here. Does make the vault. Probably makes it to the pallet as well. Yep.
Oh no, not quite.
Well played.
Oh wait, was
And
that?
that's nowhere
was-
revealed.
Yeah, I think that was slightly after that gen popped. But that
Just
is the fourth fresh though.
Yep, that's right. That's all 4 fresh, meaning 6 stages right now. And he's gonna try to hook basement, by the way, which is wait, and his totem I think is right here as well. If it is,
No, but
that's rough.
Yeah, all these totems are still active though, so like, but of course we need to remember that with Noed you will start seeing its aura once it's actually revealed to the survivors. And it's gone.
It's gone. Never mind.
It's gone.
I mean, basement is still a good spot for Orochi here.
It is.
And
It is.
He is going to try to down Aaron here. Actually, looks like get a tag on Aaron at least. That way he can't just freely go for the save. And we're actually going to send survivors in here for the save right now. Is going to get Marcy here to like 99 so that he can just pick himself up with the plot twist very quickly.
Yep.
Gates are 99 look like, and Suko's still in the basement. He's going to try to force this to second if possible, or if someone comes in for a save, they're just going to be trading pretty much.
Oh,
Does
actually
find a
catches-
reset though. Wait,
They probably didn't expect him to come from there.
that's right. And he could just teleport right back into Shaq.
Ooh. But they're actually going for the
Does find
save.
Aaron though. Is this going to be a trade?
They want to keep the stages as low as
Yeah.
possible.
This is trade.
Yeah, because Suko still has more stages than Eren does.
He's teleporting. Wait.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I think Suko caught on to what's happening.
He did.
Yeah.
I think that Aaron probably called it out actually. Wait,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
opening the gate.
All right. Okay, well, good. Okay, well, the ones with the most important hook stages do get out safely.
So this is probably gonna be 7 stages for fresh. If Aaron
Looks
can,
like it, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna pick up Aaron. He's just gonna take what he's guaranteed, and you're gonna get them worry as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. Love to see it.
Honestly, though, nice performance from both teams. It was honestly, I was a little worried for Team Astral there for a very small moment of the match where it looked like they were actually in big trouble for a moment. A different killer build this time. There are no hexes at all on Yusama.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I kind of think this is a safer approach to the build here. I mean, none of these perks can be denied pretty much. Like you can get value out of all 4 of them. I mean, Pain Res is the only one where like you kind of have some RNG to it that can potentially backfire. But even then, like if you have Scourge hooks near you, you can get value out of it. Someone is found. Wait, he sees someone hiding in the corner. Wait.
Yeah, they do. Oh no, they don't know. Oh, okay, now they realize they do have sprint burst. Do they make that? They do make that pallet. Oh, lovely patience there right now. Knows that they could still make it a little bit further. Someone else is lurking around right in the corner as we see, but currently still interested in freeze. This should guarantee a hit, which it does. But can they secure a down really fast? Because I think that early down is definitely what's gonna aid in Yusama's mission to reach that win con here.
Yeah, and it looks like Freeze was just barely out of the range of the Dream Snare. And oh
my god. Oh.
That was like a hair away from a down right there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
We do get the tag here. Sack Pallet's gonna come down. You kind of have to drop it, otherwise you're dead. And there should be a down here pretty shortly. He does make it to other pallets here, other tiles.
Yep.
Another Dream Snare comes through, does tag him. And wait, is he gonna try to play for the Dream Pallet? Wait a second. That's Bamboozle being used.
Yep, someone's actually just waiting right here. It's MXI waiting just around the corner as well, trying to aid Freeze. Decides to
where did
just
Freeze
leave
go?
instead. I'm not sure
He
actually.
loves Freeze.
they disappeared into thin air.
Yeah, I mean, man. Oh, he finds him again, but he's like all the way across the
Alright,
map.
yeah.
He's got so much
But, like,
distance.
and the gens are about to start popping. Rats finishing with a gen, and Hayes just about to follow as well with another gen finish. Does find Freeze again, but these generators have been popping pretty fast so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough because like you just have.
Yeah.
Like Freeze had enough time out of chase to wake up. By the way, that's ridiculous.
Yep. That's kind of crazy, honestly. Not something you see every day against the Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, that's tough. We're gonna take a tag onto Hayes, by the way, just to kind of spread some injuries around. No sloppy butchers, so we don't have any healing slowdown here. Just gen slowdown with corrupt and pain res and grim embrace.
Getting some nice light value there. Just kind of
Oh.
playing it a bit scary. Not quite sure where Yusoma is, but does eventually spot them again. Decides to just run into a safer area. Isn't quite able to dodge it, but I think they still do make this pallet just barely. No, they don't actually. Oh,
Oh,
wait,
that's
hold on,
tough.
hold on,
Wait.
hold on. Oh my
What?
god,
He
no!
Oh my goodness, no way.
Oh,
Oh, that's and look at the gen
Oh,
progress.
yeah. Oh, that's gonna
no.
hurt. That's gonna
A
hurt.
third gen pops, no hook yet. That is so rough.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, my heart
and the
breaks
nice
for Usama
stun
right now.
as well.
This is ridiculous.
Like I just feel bad at this point. Like this has just been rough. These teammates have been taking hits so well, just keeping all the injured people necessarily safe. And they're so active on gens. 3 gens have popped already. 2 more need to pop. And currently have MXI almost about to pop a gen and another. God, Hayes is really patient with this pallets, man.
God, I mean, Freddy is being treated like Victor right now. He's just getting, he's getting kicked. He's getting like double teamed. He's getting like, oh my God, he can't do anything in chase right now. This is so,
Oh my god.
This is terrible for Usama. I mean, like, well, like the survivors are using the buddy system. They're taking hits for each other. They're literally kicking him on the ground. This is so tough. Wait.
That is okay. There we go.
Finally, a down comes in.
That's gonna result in being a down, but MXI will get a gen done here before. I think that's actually a pain res hook, but it does pop before it. Yeah, and there goes the first pain res stack. But we've only got 1 gen left to do.
Yeah, and Freeze has got about 50% on it right now as well. So, yeah, man, it's just tough.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not going to tag, unfortunately. We are going to play this pallet still, though. Obviously, I mean, we just took a dreams there, so we're going to be hindered. But I mean, like, I don't think that Usama. I don't want to predict this because, like, obviously the game's not over until it's over. But it just looks like Saren is just untouchable right now. They are absolutely on fire. They are just playing this flawlessly. Every single down that comes in, they're getting a power save or they're taking body blocks for each other before they go down. Something's happening that's just completely preventing Usama from developing any pressure at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy. This does end up being a hit because it is a medium bolt, so that's gonna allow for a more generous hit there. But yeah, like you said, Team Seren has been doing so well so far. I think. Oh, is this a balanced user? It is not a balanced user. It is still Freeze right here. Gonna end up being a medium bolt. This is gonna be a bit trickier. Can you win the 50-50 sets here against someone who can also slow you down? Doesn't even hit the slow. Do they vault? No, they win that 50-50. Really nice patience there from Freeze. Someone's working on a gen here as well, though.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
this gen
but they
has
ran
like 90% progress. It's so close.
Oh, but MXI, I think, is on another gen, which Usama did interrupt in time, but they are pressuring 2 generators that with very high progress right now.
Yeah, I mean, Usama's got a lot of ambitious swings right now. He's got to make something happen. He cannot afford to not, like, he can't afford to, like, not play as risky as possible. He has to make something kind of crazy happen here. Otherwise, this match is just lost and Seren's up 3-0.
I think that's what it feel like because MXI does go down there, and it is a fresh hook, and the survivors do want to try to do something here, but I don't know because I think they could end up just leaving now as well, if they wanted to. Which I think they might be planning on doing, but they can't really open that gate that's close. They actually end up unhooking right there. At the gate that has no progress, the other gate is really far away still, which Yusama tries to teleport to, probably in anticipation to try to cut them off, but they caught onto it very quickly.
They did. They doubled back so fast. Oh man, this is tough because this gate's gonna be open here shortly.
Yep.
And everyone's just gonna be out. That's the gate open. Yeah, they get out.
There it goes.
That's tough, honestly, for Yusama.
Wow.
I mean, they're not out yet, so we'll have to see what's gonna happen. But yeah, this is still just tough because like, what do you really do here? You know?
Yep, and they're all just running away to the exit gate, and that is that.
And that's gonna be the win for Serene.
Hello everyone, welcome back from the break. We are now in the Ghoul set with Team Astral starting and Orochi on Ghoul. Welcome back, welcome back. Very excited to see this Ghoul set. Already a very early find here on Freeze. Do they get the hit though? Not quite. The box is just a little too thick to allow for that hit, but they do get erased and they do get the injury, so that's what matters. The deep wound there probably wouldn't matter too much in the end. So this could end up in being an early down, but they actually hear progression at this nearby generator. And I'm liking this that I see often on Ghoul, that Orochi has decided to bring Dissolution for Ghoul. And I honestly think Dissolution is just an insanely good perk for Ghoul.
Look at this build, Jersku.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Average pub player Ghoul build right here.
Mask and Centipede, like...
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, right? Dissolution. It's a very, very good perk on Kaneki. Man, that's twice now that we've like we've pulled our power but didn't get a bite from it. That's gonna be tagged though onto Rats. We got two different injuries on the board here. Very nice pathing by Rats, by the way. We do get the vault here, and that's gonna be Centipede blocking the window there. And Mask obviously is gonna give us some aura reading after hooking. Also, the fact that we have Lethal Pursuer as well, so we did get some good information from the beginning of the match here, and yeah, we're gonna try to follow this up with another tag if we can. We may get it down here, and I don't know if you can really outplay this tile too effectively as Ghoul. We are actually leaving. This is gonna be a down now, but 2 gens pop for this chase. That was well played by Rats.
I think Rats there was trying to get Sprint Burst back because Rats does have Sprint Burst. So maybe, I'm not sure if they had enough of recovery time on it. Grim does activate there as well, but they've already had 2 gens done. And that's just the first hook of the game with 2 gens being done against Ghoul of all killers. Like, that's really good efficiency from Team Serene so far there.
Well, I mean, he'll definitely get Sprint Burst back now that he's unlocked.
Oh, yeah.
He'll have it now, yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, no, we're gonna check edge map here over here and see if we can find somebody stealthing out for the gen, because we did just proc the Deadman switch not too long ago, expecting someone to be here, but not finding anybody at the moment. So we're gonna opt to probably leave and come check somewhere else. Every survivor that was there is gone, by the way. Someone's already all the way like on the opposite side of the main building. Someone else also stealthing down the map. Like, they've made so much distance. It's crazy. And like, look at the UI. Rats has a gen like 90%. That is insane for one hook stage.
Yeah, honestly, that is absolutely right. The 3rd gen pops. Orochi saw a little bit of activity here. It still hasn't been able to find the survivor who's around here, though, unfortunately. 3 gens have popped so far, and currently Orochi only has 1 fresh hook. Does spot Rats again, but this is not a fresh hook. This would technically, in this scenario, be the least valuable. They do spot some scratch marks, so someone's definitely in the area. But I think, have they just decided to run onto Shack's side instead and just keep it a bit safer? I think Orochi's plan here is, though, from what I'm understanding, is that they just want to hold out main side. Main side has 4 generators, if I counted that right, actually. And hey,
yeah, I mean, it looks like we just want to get power off of Rats and then play for topside gens, just kind of keep everything held down here. So, yeah, I mean, Orochi's just playing for 3 gen here. Looks like we already did a tag on Haze, so now we're gonna have full power again for a little while, and just follow this up, try to get it down in the top side of the map here. Which I mean, yeah, Orochi's completely content to hold this top side here. We got a 4 gen top side, so he's completely fine with this.
Oh, a nice leap over the survivor. Oh, that was a really nice leap over them. Oh, that looks great.
That is gonna pop.
Oh, no!
We messed up the pallet save.
Oh,
That's no, we have a 3-gen top side. Sorry, we did pop a gen on the opposite side of the map. It looks like, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, we still have 3-gen top side.
yep. We certainly do. It's gonna get more tense from now on because the survivors have to be very aggressive on this side now. We're gonna need a lot of presence from these survivors. Is this gonna end up being down? They do lose the 50-50 there, so it's probably gonna be a down. But these are the survivors that are, in this scenario, a little less valuable than Freeze and MXI currently. MXI still remains healthy. I think someone's nearby. Yeah, baiting out Haze there a little bit.
Prompt steal.
No, wait, did they? Oh, they stole it. No, they stole it. Oh.
Beautifully played by Orochi, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really solid job. That's gonna be 2 hooks. I think you should hook top side, honestly. But and Mask is gonna show him that someone's up top side as well. Someone is here for this pallet save as well, though.
Oh, do
Just
they get this?
Calls bluff. Calls bluff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They called their bluff.
He just
Really-
said, "Nope,
really nice.
you're not gonna get the pallet safe. Nope, not today."
This is like looking, honestly, relatively good for Orochi here because they've got 2 survivors hooked in a relatively good area, covering over a few of these generators. Does spot MXI running around here and very quick injury. That's just how Ghoul works. And
Yeah, I mean, like,
honestly,
there's 2 survivors down right now. Like, this is tough.
this is looking dangerous. But honestly, in a map like this as well, this is sometimes how Ghoul matches can just go. We do see that save happen, but it is right when Orochi comes back. Oh, nice body block. Excellent body block in there. Slowing them down significantly. Every survivor is at play again.
Oh,
We
man.
do see hitting. Oh, but they're bringing Orochi into a worse side. Really nice endurance save there. Orochi realizes that they cannot be wasting any more time here, so they need to go back and hold these generators.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like this gen needs to be kicked here. But, I mean, he's just trying to do the best he can to hold this out. Depending on who this is, this could be a really good position for Orochi here. Prompt stall again.
Oh,
But
not
no,
quite.
actually.
Really
Tried to
nice
prompt
job.
stall. Not able to
Yeah.
do it. Now I
Really nice
also
job
need to go
there.
check. Oh wait, this gen has so much progress.
Oh, do they cut them off? They do cut
Yep.
them off, but there's another pallet here. I think they reached this just in time. They do. Can they play around with it? They are quite zoned now, however. That gen does have a lot of progress, but can they really make it anywhere into safety? Because this is Freeze we're talking about. Oh no, they didn't. Oh, that's
Oh.
unfortunate.
That's rough.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very rough. Norobi realizes they missed an opportunity.
Oh,
Oh. Ah.
oh no.
I see what they tried.
Oh.
I see what they tried to do there. Didn't quite work though.
Yeah, he tried to block the window vault here, but it just wasn't able to. And that's gonna be another vault here. Yeah, I mean, just the
Yep.
long recovery of Kagane grabbing someone specifically is just it's just not very doable. He is gonna chase Haze down to the bottom side of the map, but opt to leave because gens are so
Oh.
close. Yeah, one of these gens was opting to pop here soon. Like 2 of them
yeah.
had very, very, very high progress. So it was just a matter of time, honestly, not a matter of if.
Absolutely. We're kidding. I don't think they make that. No, I don't think Freeze makes it. And that is actually the most valuable survivor to hook right now as well. It's really unfortunate for Freeze. Didn't quite make it. And they want to make sure that the rest of the people get out. I don't think this cutoff's gonna quite kind of work. They're just gonna be forcing Rats out of the game.
Yeah, that's one survivor that was pretty much forced to get out though, so that's good for
Yeah.
that's good for Orochi. That way, no one there's just one less survivor to go for end game saves here. But even if Orochi secures this full kill, that's gonna be 7 stages, 3 fresh max.
Yep.
But he sees someone in the main.
Oh. But is there another survivor waiting to save, perhaps? Or where is
Possibly.
Haze currently? Yeah, there it is. There is the save. MXI is the most valuable in this scenario, and with that endurance and Haze, the only thing Orochi can do is cut off, which they are definitely trying to do. Is the body block gonna work though? Can they do it properly? No, they can't. That Haze is just
Oh,
too much, and
man.
everyone gets out.
5 stages, 3 fresh. That is
Wow.
rough, honestly. But still,
Yeah.
really well. Aaron, Marcy, and Elon. And we do have Lethal Pursuer. We have Noed in the back pocket as well, by the way, which is going to be very dangerous. But we have 3 survivors in this area, so we need to be very careful about what we do here.
Yeah, that's gonna be A nice hit on Eren initially. Elon has already started working on a generator here, and Rushi just wants to look for a nice down here because Lethal did aid in finding these survivors very quickly. And I'm actually quite liking the kind of mix-up here with this build. We've got Blood Favor with Lethal Pursuer, and then Noed and Haunted Ground. That's quite interesting, actually. I'm quite curious on if that's gonna work. They actually do cleanse Haunted Ground, but that doesn't unfortunately matter for Eren's case because Eren was already injured there.
Absolutely. Yeah, didn't really matter at all too much. But with mask though.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's scary actually.
That's uh-oh, this could be bad.
It could be. We still have a little bit over 30 seconds left of Haunted Ground exposed. So Marcy needs to be very careful here with what happens. Obviously, Arushi's not going to play for M2s. He's going to play for M1s, try to get a down with Haunted Ground. All swings and misses. This is going to be a down here, though, potentially, if we're not careful. What?
Oh.
Wait. What just happened? That was an M1, and Marcy didn't go down. Is that Vigil?
Wait, hold on. Hang
Did
on,
he have
let me
Vigil
a look.
on?
Marcy indeed does
It
have
is
Vigil
Vigil.
on.
What?
That makes that makes sense.
Oh, cheeky. So
Ooh.
cheeky. Oh my goodness, dude. That's crazy.
That absolutely is very crazy.
I was like, wait, he didn't go down. What happened? Okay, now we're chasing Eren. He's zoned to the small side of the loop. Does go down. That's gonna be Blood Favor activating. Suko has another gen, about 70% progress. It's gonna be completed soon. Arushi needs to hook and then head there immediately. Otherwise, that gen's gonna be gone. So we're gonna play this very carefully here.
Absolutely need to play it very safely here. Unfortunately, Arushi is not currently in race. Actually, Suko actually doesn't want to commit for it. Decides to play it a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think you need to play very safe here.
Yeah, that's the right play.
But, I mean, like, look at how many hook stages we have already. We're already over halfway to the win condition. That is not good for actual... And he finds the death of a survivor of 4 gens! Oh, no, that's really
this could be bad.
Suko does pop the main building generator, though, so that's going to be out of the game now. And, yeah, I mean, like, this is just tough because now your death survivor is in chase. He's in main building. And no one's really here to save him. That's going to be down.
Oh, but someone is nearby. Oh, no Blood Flavor though.
Oh,
they're just killing them. They brought a Mori.
That's 4 stages. Next one is a tie.
Wow.
Unless, of course, the next hook stage is on a fresh survivor. Actually, no. Next stage on a fresh survivor.
Oh, okay. What's going on there?
I think they're accepting the loss.
Oh, I think we're having some bit of a lag there happening with Elon. I think that was some potential lag on Elon's side.
Not too sure, honestly.
I'm not too sure though. We do see another gen pop though. Not quite sure what happened there.
That's the tie condition, Matt. But remember, folks, there's still a half-stage penalty in play here. So this right now, if they were to skip right now, this would be the win for Astral. Obviously, there's 2 gens left.
Yeah,
that's not happening, most likely. But if they can rescue this and then play absolutely flawlessly for the next couple of gens and then escape, then this would be perfect for them. But one more hook is going to be the win for Syrian.
Yeah. That is absolutely correct, and Suko has been found, who is the fresh. It is not looking good at all, with Eren being forced out of the game so fast, and Arushi understands what they need to do here, so all they need to do is just follow Suko and wait until they get down. Do they even reach that pallet? No, they do not.
Oh, man. Yeah, it kind of just didn't matter. I mean, Serain's just on top of their game right now. This is like...
They just want the full slug, because that's what it's looking like to be. That this is going to be a 4K2.
Yeah, 4K2 versus 5 stages. That is tough. I mean, like, genuinely, what do you do here? This is rough. And even if they make it to endgame, there's still Noah in the back pocket, too. So, like, it just doesn't matter. There's genuinely nothing that Astral can do here.
Yeah. Unfortunate. That is going to... it, because I don't think any of the survivors brought Unbreakable. No, that is not the case. None of the survivors. That is gonna be it. Wow. Absolutely crushing performance from Marushi there.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Such an insane match, honestly. The entire matchup was just really, really solid. I mean,
Yeah.
Astral put in their best work. They put their best foot forward. Just really well played by Serain. I mean, they were just on top of their A game today. They just looked completely undefeatable. Very well played by Serain. Astral, really, really good job as well. I mean, just competing with a very solid EU team here. It's not very easy at all. But yeah, I mean, congrats to Serain for getting the win. It was pretty much a clean 4-0 sweep with one tie in the mix. Astral, I mean, Astral, I don't think that it was like I don't think it was like a boot versus ant kind of matchup. I think it was just hard for Astral to meet the win